before it gets too crowded in here. So if I can get the applicant team up here as well. Unfortunately, if we need, well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you being here. But I just want to make sure that your time is important, and I recognize that, and I don't want you guys having to sit around any longer than you need to. You got to turn.
Can everybody hear that?
Yep.
Hear that okay?
Test.
Yep.
Mic check.
Check. Okay. We're good. Okay, folks, I think we're going to get started now.
And you're running recording already. You're live. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Nancy, you got the slideshow up? Okay. Well, thank you everybody for coming, and want to echo what Todd Cornett said. We really appreciate everyone coming here. For the record, my name is Chase McVeigh Walker. I'm a senior siting analyst with the Oregon Department of Energy, and I'm also joined by colleagues here. Jenny Calles, our communications director, is over there at the big monitor screen. We have Nancy Hatch, our division administrative assistant, in the back, and she's going to be helping go through the slides. And if you have any comment cards, please get them to Nancy, and she'll bring them up here to us for Q&A after the presentation. Todd Cornett, Assistant Director of Siting for the Oregon Department of Energy. And I'm also joined by Wally Adams behind me, Operations and Policy Analyst in the Siting Division. So today we're here to kick off the public information meeting for the Muddy Creek Energy Park proposed project. Today, this info meeting, it's not a contested case hearing, but it is an opportunity to explain the notice of intent process and provide a general overview of the siting process, as well as a general overview of the Muddy Creek, of the proposed facility, Muddy Creek Energy Park. Next slide, please, Nancy. So an overall agenda for today, we're going to go over an energy facility siting process overview, where the Oregon Department of Energy staff will provide an overview steps in the process. Then we'll move on to the proposed facility overview, where the applicant will provide an overview of the proposed facility. And we'll conclude with a Q&A session. And this is where the public will have an opportunity to ask questions about the proposed facility and also about the review process. Next slide, please, Nancy. Okay. On May 19th of this year, the Oregon Department of Energy received a notice of intent. Oh, so let's see. I think if you want if you want a comment card, they're over. Yeah, they're over to the at the beginning. So on May 19th of this year, the Oregon Department of Energy received a notice of intent to file an application for a site certificate for the Muddy Creek Energy Park, which is being proposed as a 199 megawatt solar PV and battery storage project. The submission of the notice of intent is the very first step in the process of obtaining a site certificate from the Oregon Department of Energy's Facility Siting Council. The notice of intent was submitted by the applicant, Muddy Creek Energy Park LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Hanwha Q-Cells Use Corps, who are also here tonight. I already mentioned. I do want to reiterate that or request that please hold and the presidency material that I want to get through today and want to make sure that we have time for comments at the end of the meeting. Next slide, please, Nancy. Okay, so what is and who are the Oregon Energy Facility Siting Program? The Siting Division at the Oregon Department of Energy serves as technical staff in support of the Energy Facility Siting Council review of both applications and amendments for site certificates, as long as they fall under Energy Facility Siting Council jurisdiction. The Energy Facility Siting Council process is set forth in Oregon Administrative Rules and Oregon Revised Statutes, and has a set of 16 general standards for review. Siting Division staff assist in the review and evaluation of all applicable Energy Facility Siting Council standards that must be met in order for an applicant to obtain a site certificate. Next slide, please. Before a jurisdictional facility is built in Oregon, the developer must apply for a site certificate from the Facility Siting Council. The types of energy facilities subject to council jurisdiction are defined in Oregon Revised Statute 469-300. The definition of energy facility located within the Oregon Revised Statute on the screen here is what establishes the jurisdiction for solar facilities and focused on high value farmland and is greater than 160 acres. It's subject to energy facility siting. Slide, please. The state siting process is a standards-based process. There are 16 general standards that every project has to meet, and then some additional standards related to a specific types of projects in order to be approved. The process is it's a burden of proof. It's the applicant's burden of proof to provide evidence on the record to prove that they meet each of these standards. It's the department's role to evaluate the evidence provided in addition to any comments from the public, from state agencies and local governments to determine whether or not the applicant has met the burden of proof for each standard. We then make our recommendation to the Energy Facility Siting Council, who evaluates all the information in the record to then come to their decision. Because we're here at the notice of intent stage, we seek any type of comment from anyone that wants they would like to provide. However, when we get to the next stage of our process, focusing comments on the standards is more important, since the Energy Facility Siting Council's authority is limited to those standards. And by focusing the comments at the next stage in our process, they're able to it's easier to evaluate those comments as they relate to a standard and can be folded into the FSEC's decision to approve or deny the project. Next slide, please.
All right, we're going to do a little switch over to me. So again, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. So, we do a fair number of projects early on in the process. We don't know if there's going to be any interest or interest, and clearly we didn't get it right this time. So my apologies for that. My apologies also for getting up during harvest. I realized that we got that wrong as well. Was not intentional, certainly. So we learn along the way. We haven't had a project here before, so we would appreciate any ideas on a better, bigger location for the next time. There will be additional times outside where we have public information meetings, where we have public hearing, where we will be in close proximity to the facility. If anybody has a better idea than this room, because clearly there's a lot of interest in that opportunity for people to show up, learn about the project, participate in it. But again, apologies, we didn't get this right, and just bear with us, and we'll try to get through this today and give you all the information that we're trying to get to you, and hopefully you can give us all the information that you want to give us as well. I also want to point out, Chase did an introduction. Cindy Condon, who is an Energy Facility Siting Council member, is somewhere in the room, was somewhere, there she is. So Chase talked about it. So we, Chase and I, and the others within the Department of Energy, we're staff. I'm the council secretary, so I'm the lead staff to the Energy Facility Siting Council. We're not the decision makers. The Energy Facility Siting Council are the decision makers. Cindy's here. We may have another council member or two on the line as well. I'm not sure at this point. So getting into this slide, we use this slide to show the major steps in our process. There are 7 major steps in our process. And I think the biggest thing that I want you to take away from today is we're at the very beginning. We don't have an application. We don't have a decision. We are at the very, very, very beginning of the process. And so that's why we have this in red. We're at what's called the notice of intent. So think about it as a pre-application. The applicant has not yet submitted their application to us. The notice of intent is just a high-level, desktop-level kind of evaluation of the project location and the site. It allows us, the Department of Energy, to determine, what are the issues, what are the concerns. That process allows us to provide public notice, to seek public comment, like we're doing tonight, and the comment period ends in 2 weeks, so you still have more opportunity. If you don't want to comment tonight, you can comment later on. Allows us to get that information from you, from the local government, from state agencies, from tribal governments. So it allows us to seek a lot of information, which we don't know right now. And we recognize that we don't live here. We don't know all the details of this particular location. That's what our process is about. Okay, so with that, again, the notice of intent stage. And so what that means is the applicant submits their notice of intent. We provided a public notice. Hopefully you got that. We have an opportunity to submit or to sign up to receive email notices. If you received a paper notice, you will continue to get paper notices because you're within a certain distance of the project location. You can sign up to receive email notices as well if that's your preference. We've got that signed up or set up there. We do have at least one, we have Department of Agriculture here today. So out memos to all of the different natural resource agencies seeking their input throughout this process. So that's, again, what we're to do today. Like I said, the next step is the project order. It's the next chevron on here. That is the laundry list of us saying to the applicant, for this project in this location, these are all the requirements that you have to meet, meaning you have to submit all of this within your application. We will review that. We'll give you an opportunity to review that. The next stage is the preliminary application. So you can see up there, there's a preliminary application for site certificate and an application for site certificate. That's with the PASC and the ASC. Preliminary means that when they submit that to us, we evaluate it to determine whether or not it's complete. Did they submit everything that we had requested? Now, that's not a public comment timeframe. When the application is deemed complete, once we say you have submitted everything that we need you to submit, that doesn't mean it's ready for approval. A lot of times people equate one with the other. It's not that. It just means that we have enough information to evaluate. At that point, once it's complete, we will do another full notice like we will have another public information meeting like this in a bigger location and not during harvest time. So we will do that better. But that'll be an opportunity for you to, again, it's not a public comment time frame. It's really getting you all set up for the next stage, which, and we have a bunch of funny terms, but they are what they are. So the draft proposed order is the next stage, which is really, it's us, the Department of Energy, looking at their application and evaluating that and saying, you know, Chase brought up the slide before with all the standards. We go through it standard by standard and say, this is what the applicant submitted. Did they meet this standard? Do we believe they met this standard? Then once we issue the notice on the draft proposed order, that is a public comment timeframe. Again, Chase talked about our standards. If you're commenting, you don't have to do that today. You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want throughout the process. But once we get to that draft proposed order stage, our authority, the council's authority, is limited to the council standards. So if you bring up something that's outside of the council standards, we really can't do anything with that. So that's why we want you to be thinking about what are our standards, you know, whether you like this project, whether you don't like the project, whether you like us, don't like us, it really is the standards. That's what I want everybody also to walk away from today, is be thinking about, did they submit an application that shows that they meet the standards? Did we write a report that also, you know, recommends to the council that they met the standards? That's an opportunity for you to agree with us or disagree with us. And again, we encourage that. Also, Chase will talk about this later. Throughout the process, we are not proponents. It's their application. We are the review agency. We're here for them. We want to run a fast, efficient process for them, but we also want to run a transparent and open process for you. So any of you, you know, we have our contact information on the notice, on the website. If you have questions throughout this process, contact us. That's what we're here for. So with the comments that we receive on the draft proposed order, we write another document, which is the proposed order, which is really just taking into consideration all the comments we've received from the public, from state agencies, local governments, tribal governments. Do we make changes? Is there anything that we didn't get right in the draft proposed order that, based on those comments, we want to change? So that's the proposed order. The next stage is, if you commented during the draft proposed order on a council standard and you still think that we didn't get it right in the proposed order, then you can request to participate in the contested case. Kind of like an appeal. It's a bit of a legalistic process. We won't get into the details of that right now. Again, once we get into the completeness stage, we'll get into a lot more details of these. This is just sort of a giving you a heads up as to where we're going with this. And then ultimately it goes to the Energy Facility Siting Council, and they make the decision on the project, whether they meet the standards or not. I'm just going to do a check because we've got a couple people who've come in, and probably a couple people online, to say that we had a lot more people show up than we anticipated. We were planning to start the formal presentation at 6. Didn't want to have a lot of people sitting around until 6, so we kicked it off. If we get through this and there are still people that kind of came in late, we can restart this. So we'll do it again if anybody's missed anything and they want us to go again. So just anybody who's just come in, just to make sure that you didn't miss anything. And then finally, what's not on the slide is if you're familiar with the local land use process. So if the county issues a decision and that gets appealed, it goes to the Land Use Board of Appeals. That gets appealed, it goes to the Oregon Court of Appeals, and if that gets appealed, it goes to the Supreme Court. Ours is different. We go directly to the Supreme Court. So if somebody participates in a contested case and they still, don't think we got it right or don't think counsel got it right, they can appeal that decision directly to the Oregon Supreme Court. Next slide, please. Okay, I talked about state agencies, local governments, and tribal governments. Collectively in our process, they're reviewing agencies. That's the term that's used for them. And so we have, me and my team, we come from varying backgrounds. We have different expertise, but we don't know everything and we're not experts in everything. And so our process heavily relies upon these reviewing agencies. So for agriculture, which is going to be a big deal here, and we know that, we're going to rely upon the Oregon Department of Agriculture and the Department of Land Conservation and Development Commission staff to say, what do you think? We are going to work with them. For Fish and Wildlife, we're going to work with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. So with the local land use requirements, we're going to work in county. So we rely heavily upon other agencies to help us in the process because our process is a consolidated review. So the way, even though they don't have authority in our process, they're functionally like staff in that they will, we seek their input, they will review information and provide their comments to us. Do we understand everything? Do we get everything right? So, you can go to us, you can go to them if you have different thoughts and ideas as well. Next slide, please. We are the Department of Energy. So, no, this is Chase, and I'm Todd. You're welcome. So this slide, one of the things in the notice of intent, if you read the notice of intent, it will talk about study areas. And so the study area in the notice of intent is defined distances for the different resources. And it says you, the applicant, have to do an evaluation at the notice of intent stage is desktop level, from the site boundary by a certain distance. And so you can see for historic and cultural and archaeological resources, it's the site boundary, which is that center bullet. Then for Fish and Wildlife, they have to do whatever is in the site boundary and then go a half mile out. For recreational and threatened and endangered species, they go 5 miles out. Scenic resources, 10 miles out. Protected areas, 20 miles out. So that's what they've already done. That's in the notice of intent. Now, the importance of this in this conversation is, I go back to the project order, the document that says what they have to, yes. In the notice of intent. They've already done that evaluation based on these distances in the notice of intent. Nope, you're fine. So that's already been done. But the importance of this is when they submit their application, they have to do an evaluation of these same resources, and it's called an analysis area. It's a different sort of term, but it's the same thing. And if, we can either expand those or shrink those. So what we say in the project order is you, the applicant, have to go out and do these studies, but some of these are going to be on-site studies. So if there is an issue of historic and cultural and archaeological resources, they may have to do in-ground studies. Fish and Wildlife, they may have to do field studies. So what are the distances of those? It could by default be these same things, but they could increase or decrease. So if, say, for example, you know of a scenic resource that's really important, that's 10.5 miles away that you think is going to be impacted by this facility, we want to hear about that because we might be able to change then the analysis area that they have to do in their application to go 10.5 miles out. Or if we look at the notice of intent and there's nothing out there, we may shrink it down. So be thinking about that in terms of your comments during the notice of intent if you are aware of any resources that are beyond these distances that you think are important. Next slide, please. So land use is a big kind of deal. again, our process is a consolidated review. Most state agencies, local governments, their permits, their requirements get folded into our process. Land use, the applicant has the ability to make a choice. So they can choose to go to Lynn County and have Lynn County run the conditional use permit, or they can choose the Energy Facility Siting Council. Because our process is a consolidated review, every applicant so far that in our history has chose that as a consolidated. They bring it to FSEC, but it's their choice. In their notice of intent, they have indicated that they will have the land use reviewed by the Energy Facility Siting Council. They can make that choice. They can change that choice up until the time they submit their application. So that's still their choice to make until they submit the application. If Lynn County does it, then their final decision will fold into our process a little bit later on. If they continue with their election right now, then we will review the land use requirements and we will work with Lynn County to seek their input on if they were going to conduct the review, what are the requirements? If there's anything that's unclear, how they would interpret it. And if they would issue conditions, what kind of conditions? So we want to seek their input on this as well. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to turn it back over to Chase.
Nancy, could you skip ahead to the applicant slides, please?
Sorry. I'm gonna make one more announcement because I know some more people come in. So we had a lot more people show up than we thought. We recognize you're coming in probably still early than what you thought, but late from the starting. If later on, once we're done with this, you want us to restart this, we'll restart this whole presentation with fewer people in. So you can either stick around, kind of catch the rest of this, or come back in a little while and we will restart this thing all over again. Yes, I'm sorry. I should have made that announcement earlier. This is being recorded. So if anybody wants to watch this, we will post it onto the project website. If you know of anybody who was not able to make it tonight, you can point them to the project website. Likely it'll be tomorrow, but it could be a day or two before it gets posted. But yes, the entire thing will be posted on the website. Yes, it is WebEx, but yes, it is. People can phone in, people can participate. I don't know how many people are participating remotely, but yes. Okay.
And with that, we'll hand it over to the applicant for their slides.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Hicks. I work with Tetra Tech Engineering. While I am not the applicant, I work on behalf of the applicant in a few things. One is working on developing the application for site certificate that's being discussed tonight. The other is supporting doing the environmental survey work that's being done for the project and other aspects that might support permitting for the project. So that's my role. Our role is Tetra Tech, and appreciate your time this evening.
And good evening. My name is Brian Tran. I'm the development manager at Qcells, and I'm the applicant for the Muddy Creek Energy Park project. Next slide, please. So we have a few things on our agenda for this PowerPoint. If we could just go ahead and move on to the next slide, please. So I work for a company called Qcells. Qcells is a vertically integrated solar developer based in vertically integrated means we design and produce our own solar panels. We have a team of which I am part of, actually develop solar projects throughout the United States, and we have our own construction management team who oversees the construction of our projects. Two things to note is that our panels are actually produced here in the United States. We have a factory in Georgia where we produce all our modules, so they are US made, and we actually mine our own silica material solar panels here in the United States. My team, we focus on development of projects solely in the United States, and our EPC team is actually ranked top 10 in the United States. Slide, please. So we're here to talk about a project called Muddy Creek. Muddy Creek is a proposed dual use project that is sized at 199 megawatts with a battery storage component. We're hoping to also incorporate sheep grazing on this project as a dual use component. It is located just about 8 miles south of Brownsville, closer to the Coburg area, just north of the Coburg Hills area. Our study area is, or the facility site boundary is what we're calling it, is roughly 1,500 acres. This includes areas mainly for study. So when it comes to environmental analysis, threatened endangered species, et cetera, this is kind of the area that we're focusing on. With our preliminary studies and desktop analysis, we're kind of thinking it's going to be closer to 1,100 acres when it's fenced. Currently, the project is 100% non-irrigated dry crop, and it's currently growing ryegrass. It's fortunate we can't grow ryegrass and have solar at the same time, but we're hoping to keep the project in production, or the land itself in production. The land is 100% leased from the landowners, so we did not purchase any of the properties for this project. Right now, we're thinking that construction would start no sooner than the third quarter of 2025, and it takes about 18 months for construction, so it would be most likely done by the end of 2026. For the substation, there is an existing substation there. It is called the Diamond Hill substation. It's 230 kV, and we already have gone through the process with the utility to go ahead and connect our project, at least with an agreement, what we call a large generator interconnection agreement. Next slide, please. This here is a facility site location, kind of like a vicinity map. The area that is outlined in black is the study area that we have. And it might be a little bit hard to see, but it is just west of Harrisburg and north of Coburg. Next slide, please.
So not that one. We can't make updates to that or change it. But we have at the computer screen, once we're done here, we can zoom in. We can zoom in on a lot on the properties. If anybody wants to kind of stick around and we can kind of walk you through that a little bit later.
Sorry, east. Okay, so this map is a little bit more zoomed in, kind of like the site layout or overview. Everything in black is our study area. And it might be a little bit hard to see there, but there is a green square that's followed by a line. The long green square is the existing Diamond Hill substation. And one thing to point out is that there is a vertical blue line on that, just to the west project. That is the I-5. So the project itself is solely on the east side of I-5, and some of the existing infrastructure in this area does also include the rest. Diamond Hill. Can we? That is the road, but the substation itself is named Diamond Hill. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to the need of this project. We didn't kind of just throw a dart and just land on where we are today. There's a lot of extensive research that kind of went through this to get to where we are today. We know that there is a need for generation of electricity west of the Cascades. This project itself would be able to power approximately 30,000 homes in the valley. We cited it here mainly due to the close proximity of the substation. That means that it's right next to existing infrastructure. We wouldn't have to build miles and miles of infrastructure to get there. And it just makes it, there's capacity already on the substation. So we had it through an extensive list of criteria, which I could talk about our process in a little bit. There's definitely need for it. And then again, we had to find our landowners to lease us their land in order to get here where we are today. So if you don't mind moving to the next slide. So this is kind of like a different type of the same thing that our counterparts on the over here have shown us already. Current is that we are going to start or have already started on our environment. Studies, and that was going to be started in spring and will continue in summer. But if you would turn your attention to the first siting, feasibility and siting, how we got here today is that electrical grid analysis. We have a set of criteria that we look for when it comes to substation siting effects. So we have a bunch of engineers kind of run that for us in whatever state or area that we want to potentially build in. And then they go ahead and give me a list of stations like Excel sheet. This could be anywhere from 100 or a couple thousand. And after that, we had to go ahead and for just look for any, whether threatened endangered species, wetlands, things of that nature. And then so we go from a list that's maybe about 2,000 and we go down to maybe 5. And then after that, we actually do landowner outreach. That is us getting a list of contacts and mailing addresses from the county, doing a lot of mailers, phone calls, and then doing a lot of door knocking. That entire process takes about 2 years. It could be anywhere from 6 years or 6 months to 2 years. And then at that point, we had to assemble a team. And then we submitted the NOI. So it's been 2 years in the making to try to get to this point where we are today. But even then, we're still right smack dab in the middle or in the beginning of it. At this point, we're doing a lot of community outreach, trying to get to know the community more, see who the key players are, get in contact with them, have face-to-face meetings with them, get some more opinions. But as Todd and Chase have already reiterated, we are at the beginning of this and we're here for public comment and we want to hear your opinions.
Sir, when you talk about
Please hold your comments. We have a formal Q&A. Plus, just to recognize, we have a lot of people, or at least some people online. So you're gonna have to come up to the mic when you're ready to comment so people online can hear you as well. So please hold your comments, but we will take all of your comments and questions.
Okay. Next slide, please. So I was talking about some studies that we didn't need to do. This is a list of the field studies that we had to do physically on the land. Some of them started earlier this spring. Some of them will start in a few weeks or just in the summer. And these are all expected to be done by the end of this summer. Next slide, please. So this here is the study area boundaries. Todd and Chase had one similar, but just to reiterate that our field studies were kind of focused more so on the black outlines, but outside of that immediate area, there are more things that we need to study through desktop. This is a lot of historical review, and it ranges anywhere from half a mile to 20 miles outside of where the proposed project would be. Next slide, please. Here's some of the stakeholders that we've already started outreach or have already contacted. A few of them to note would be Lynn County itself, as well as the tribes. And I did want to emphasize that we have met with ODFW. We have been talking to them about the methodologies prior to the start of our environmental studies. We're going to continue coordinating with them throughout this entire process, including for the review of the results, mitigations. Okay, so just continuing with some of the more stakeholders that we have talked to or reached out to already. That would just be the locals of Lynn County listed there, but I also wanted to call out Dr. Chad Higgins. He is a professor at Oregon State University, studying agrivoltaics. We've been in contact with him to learn more about just agrivoltaics and dual use, including when it comes to sheep grazing and solar. And utilizing, not only his, but everyone's contacts that we have met with to find the right persons to talk to make this the best project possibly could be. Next slide, please. And that brings us to the end.
Nancy, could you go to the public comment slide, please? Okay, well, we've now reached the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. In person on, I want to reiterate that the public comment timeframe doesn't end until August 11th at 5 p.m. So it's the record until then. Any comments made today would be the record of this facility. So to walk through the comments today, we're going to start by taking questions and comments from people in the room first, and then we'll follow up by seeing if anyone on the webinar itself has comments, and then we'll conclude with people on the phone if there are people on the phone. And we have received a number of comment cards already. And if you have any comment cards picked up at the front, please provide them to Nancy in the back so that we can bring them up here and call commenters to the mic. I think, next slide, please, Nancy. So we do have a lot of information that we hope is helpful in understanding our process. And it's all available on our website. Our website contains a public guide and a series of handouts to explain how the energy facility siting process works and how to participate in the process. The website also includes options for individuals to sign up to receive email notices if you haven't already, and to also comment on other siting projects. And I just wanted to reiterate that the slides in this presentation are already to the Creek Energy Park project page online, and a recording of tonight's meeting will be posted to the project page by the end of the week, expeditiously posted to the project page. Nancy, next slide, please. And for those online and in the room, this is my contact information. Should you like to provide me any electronic copies or hard mail copies of comments, and those on the phone, this slide has my contact info, and I can just confirm my phone number, should you like to get in contact. It's 971-600-5323. And now I think we'll start going through the cards that we have filled out.
You can speak later on. Nancy, can you go back to the Q&A slide just so people online can see that? Okay, so we have, well, I'll first state again, apologies, we had a lot more people show up than we thought. So we started the presentation earlier than we anticipated. We were going to start it at 6 to move forward. If anybody has come in late online or in person, we can restart this later on. Want to make sure that you didn't miss anything. So we're going to kind of continue on the process, but once we hit an end, we'll be here as long as anybody has questions or wants us to go over this again for them. We have I guess, 16 and how many online. So I'm not going to set time limits, but I just sort of, please recognize other people are behind you. So try to limit your comments and questions. I'm going to read your name, who's next, and then I'm going to read the after that so that person can be ready. And my apologies for whose ever name I do a bad job of pronouncing. I'm sure there will be many. The first person that I have is Joel Geyer. You can correct me when you come up to the mic. And next will be Patrick Starnes.
Okay, thanks. I really won the lottery here. So yeah, my name's Joel Geyer. I've been working over in this area and doing bird surveys for quite some time, and I wanted to bring to your attention and ask you how much you've given to strict horn larks, which are known to be in the area where we know this is a major concentration area for them. According to the Fish and Wildlife listing, there was a carve out for grass seed farming specifically as a type of agriculture that tends to be friendly to them. And what you're talking about wouldn't be the same thing. So I wonder what discussion you had about mitigation for, because I think there would probably be a requirement for federal mitigation for what you're talking about. So thanks.
So I'm going to take that one first, just because what I'm going to try to do with probably some of these questions is orient them towards our standards. I think probably most of your question should be answered by the applicant, but I think it's important also that, I sort of orient people to later on in our process, if you've got questions or concerns or comments, how those will connect. So we have two standards. We have a Fish and Wildlife standard. So our Fish and Wildlife standard actually to ODFW's Fish and Wildlife policies on fish and wildlife habitat. So we will definitely make sure that anything within the area gets evaluated according to the Department of Fish and Wildlife. The applicant will be required to conduct studies based upon whatever their comments are. I'm less familiar with that species, but if it's on the state's threatened and endangered species list, then that will also be a pretty significant evaluation under that standard as well.
Yeah, it's federally endangered, so, or threatened. And the specific habitat type is normal grass seed farms. So,
and then just for clarification, not everything on the state's threatened and endangered species list is also on the federal list. Those lists may be different. So I'm just not familiar with this particular species. So we'll have to look at that. But I think you can answer the question probably in more detail.
Thank you for your comment. This is Paul Hicks again from Tetra Tech, and the answer right now is brief. We are aware of the lark, and we have met with ODFW early on in our survey process, and at their recommendation, they asked that we also the applicant reach out and talk with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And so we have had a meeting with them and their staff about lark specifically, and looking at the potential for how to evaluate that. We did look for incidental observation while we were out in the field this spring, and are going to continue to have follow-up with Fish and Wildlife and with ODFW as we go through. I think it's right now we don't have an answer for like what mitigation would look like, if any, because we're still trying to get a handle on like completing the survey process. But I think it's noted that there's potential for habitat, and so we're looking into that more closely.
thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, it looks like Patrick is up on deck, and then either Dawn or Dan Bowers will be next after that.
I'm Patrick Starnes. My wife and I live on 122 Putman here in Brownsville. I grew up in Douglas County, so I'm not a pioneer family like many here today, but I did serve on Soil and Water Conservation District Board for over 10 years in Douglas County. So I have worked elbow to elbow with farmers and ranchers on those issues. But What brought us to Brownsville was 1872 house that we restored. Maybe many people may know the Hardin House on Kirk Street. I know Linda knows that we restored that. So we're excited about more electricity in the valley. My old man and I used to argue in the 70s during the oil embargo about the efficiency of electric cars, and that's what I wanted to talk briefly about. Compared to, he was a Mopar mechanic, so we would always argue about his V8s versus my dream of electric cars, because electric cars are about 90% efficient. The 10% we lose is from the friction. And as you know, if you work on V8s or internal combustion, they're best at 30% efficiency. And because we lose so much heat, you know, that's why we have radiators and all that. So I'm excited to see a lot more efficient transportation across the country, especially in Oregon. And I think one of our biggest challenges is our infrastructure favors other things. You know, if you look at Israel, they're starting to develop electronic or electric freeways. And I think that may be something we may see in the future. So more think of it like a slot car. So we won't have the need for batteries as much. So I'm just here to learn more about it and help facilitate it if it's need to bring people together. So thanks.
Thank you. Don Bowers, and then Jim Johnson next.
All right, I'm Don Bowers from Harrisburg, Oregon, retired farmer. My first question is, what happened to exclusive farm use? We shouldn't even be here. I don't understand that at all. Anything you try to do that's not farming doesn't happen in Lynn County, at least, as far as Oregon, I believe. First, sex in USA or to somebody way far away from here in some other country. I guess I don't like it. It looks ugly. You're putting it on farm ground. You're going to cover up farm ground. One of these days, you're going to be thinking, man, I wish I had something to cook with all this electricity, but the farm ground is going to be covered.
So I'm going to address the. So I'm going to address the first one, and obviously you guys can second one. And you're going to be followed by Jim Johnson with the Oregon Department of Agriculture, so he also may be responding to the exclusive farm use. So one of the council standards is land use, and as I talked about, whether it goes through the county or it goes through FSEC, it's the properties in exclusive farm use zone land. It will have to meet all the requirements of the exclusive farm use zone. So those are all, in Oregon revised statute and Oregon administrative rule. So we will do that evaluation. We're far from over.
Yeah.
So.
To answer your question, who is a parent company? Our parent company's name is Hanwha. Yes, they're South Korean, but I would also like to emphasize that in January this year, we did actually 2.5 billion donation of our module factory. Yeah. So we can actually double the output of what we can actually produce here in America, and those panels themselves would actually be used for this project.
I forgot to ask my question. I did an intro, but I forgot to ask my question.
Okay, go ahead.
Which is, all the producers always ask, how much per acre? Because I understand there's a revenue for the landowner. And so is that a range of per acre or?
Anything when it comes to the leases that we sign with our landowners is not public information. We did do a NDA with them. So for their privacy, I cannot talk about that.
No, but can you talk about a range that landowners get per acre?
That's something, again, I can't really speak about. It does vary from county and state to state, but that's pretty much all I can really say.
Okay.
Okay, Jim Johnson's up now, and then Tony Kuntz. Again, apologies if I'm getting your names wrong. Or maybe Tori Kuntz.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Johnson. I'm the water planning coordinator for the Oregon Agriculture Food Review, as you pointed out, Todd. A lot of questions, a lot of comments. I'd first like to point out that this 1,800 acre footprint involved predominantly value as defined by federal soil surveys. There actually are class 1 and 2 soil property. Class 1 soils are very rare in Oregon, yet we see those in the South Valley. We have prime farmland within the boundaries, and we also have prime farmland if drained. Drainage is a practice that farmers routinely use in the South Valley. So drainage is not something that would be an impediment to making something prime farmland. Choice, FSEC versus going to Lynn County. I wasn't going to talk about this, but it seems like there's a lot of questions about this. I'm really disappointed in the FSEC process because the FSEC process for taking an exception to site on exclusive farm use zone land is actually easier than going through the county process. Because the FSEC process does not require that the developer look at alternatives to siting on high value farmland. So the alternatives analysis is out the window. It wouldn't have been if they would have went before Lynn County. And that's a policy question. I understand that, but I wanted to bring it up because it's an issue that needs to be settled. One last point on that. The reason that you haven't seen large-scale projects in the Willamette Valley because LCDC adopted rules to dissuade the location of large-scale facilities within the Willamette Valley without going through the exceptions process. The exceptions process, it's not called an exceptions process for nothing. It's supposed to be difficult, yet the FSEC process is actually easier than what LCDC's regulations are. Comment about dual use. I'm hearing a lot about dual use. We're going to do agriculture along with solar and the like, and that sounds really good.
Welcome to WebEx. Enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound.
That sounds really good, but livestock grazing, especially sheep, is an extensive use.
Enter your attendee ID number followed by
has
pound.
none of the capabilities that these soils produce in terms of growing high value crops. You're not going to run a combine with a 30-foot header through solar panels. You're not going to be able to plant perennials like hazelnuts in an area where you've got solar panels. So dual use sounds really good, but it's limiting the diversity, the ability of a farmer to change crops, to use alternate farming practices and the like. And grazing is really is about as low a value of use of this high value land that you could use. Farm impacts test. One of the requirements that you're going to have to meet is what's called the farm impacts test under Oregon state law. That doesn't change. First off, I really want to make sure that the Energy Facility Siting Council and staff understand, and I believe you do, that analysis is now really geared towards a decision by the Oregon Supreme Court in the Stop the Dump Coalition versus Yamhill County. And in that process, I got to flip to my other notes here. Several things are going to have to be done. Number one, the analysis has to be on a farm by farm basis, not just an overall analysis of the large area. It has to be on a farm practice by farm practice basis. So there might be 40 different practices going on one individual farm. You have to analyze the impacts of this operation on each individual practice separately, on each individual farm within the analysis area. That gets me to the analysis area. Half an acre doesn't even touch what the character of agriculture is in the South Willamette Valley, especially this area. The analysis area needs to be much, much larger. Half a mile could be a half a section. There's a lot of farms out here that are, one farm is bigger than that, and yet the character of the area is multiple farms doing these large scale agricultural operations. You need to take into account the factors of the type of agriculture to figure the analysis area, and a half a mile doesn't cut it. The farm impacts test also requires that the cumulative impacts of each individual impact be considered for the entire area to determine if there will be adverse impacts to farming practices. I think I'd just like to end about farm impacts. One of the farm impacts that we've found, and we haven't got a lot of experience in the Willamette Valley because we've just had small projects or whatever, but they have basically generated speculative land values that farmers cannot compete with. Farmer cannot compete with an energy company in terms of how much they rent or lease the land based on that. And so that is an impact to the large scale, large term ability for farmers to grow in this area. There's no new farmland. So how do farmers expand? They rent or lease other people's lands. There are a lot of absentee landowners in the Willamette Valley. That land is available to farmers that are farming. This speculative land value type situation takes away those abilities from farmers to expand. And lastly, I'd just like to end with something that I'm always pointing out to. Agriculture is not only land dependent, it is soil dependent. It's quality soil that they need. Developments like this are land dependent, but they are not soil dependent. Thank you.
So I don't have any response to Jim's comments. I just want to point that out as a model. So when I talked about before, making comments and tying them to our council standard, that's exactly what Jim just did. So that's our land use standard related to the exclusive farm use zone. He provided some very specific comments that allow us to think about, what are the impacts, what are the issues, allows the applicant to think about it as well. So not that you have to make that during your comment here, but if you're thinking about, providing written comment, that was exactly the kind of comments that we're looking for. Okay, so I'm going to say Tony.
Yeah, Tony
Thank you.
Coates.
And then next will be Lois Hawk.
I live out on Gap. Our ranch is about 800 acres and been in our family since 1860. I have mostly comments, not questions. To me, this is a land use issue, and it's not a state thing. And I kind of kick on with the guy previously, but I'm pretty sure the Linn County Commissioners are not for this, and they weren't to begin with. Just in some conversations I have, and it appears that going through this process is like making an end run, trying to get past it, find the easy way. I believe in elected officials that I have some input on, and certainly not appointed officials that I have no input on. I don't know what the law was, or I'm going to call it a law, probably not, but that deals with solar. It seems to me, or I was told, that in regard to solar plants or farms like this, the law was set up to deal with Eastern Oregon, not the Mid-Valley one. And that's bothersome. I'm also bothered by the fact that I think it's more of a political issue, that it's a long I-5, and we can all just see that and see what we're doing, I guess. EFU means that. It never has meant anything differently. It's exclusive farm use, and this is not. Several concerns with me, the Pacific Flyway, that's right through there. There's a 600 acre plus, I don't know what to call it, it's about 2 to 3 miles north, that the thank you, U.S. Department of Ag, it's wildlife refuge for birds. That's definitely within not your concentric circles. There's a local elk herd, I'm going to say between 80 and 100. That move along the corridor there from the Coburg Curls up to the exit in Coburg and all the way down to, I'm going to say, at least Indian Head. And, fencing off an area this big, I can't imagine the impact it has. Oh, well, I missed it. Dang it, I missed him. Thanks.
Good job. Okay, thank you. Lois Hawk, and then Jim Fairchild is next.
Okay.
Sorry, we'll take care of that for you.
Yes, Mr. Tran, could you just describe some of the other projects you have in Oregon currently? And
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
oh, Mr. Tran, could you describe some of the other projects that your company has developed in Oregon? And is there a sister project that would look very similar to this one that we could look on maps and see what it looked like, and talk to some of the locals and see how they felt that the project went? Thank you.
That is a great question. This would actually be the first project that we develop in the state of Oregon. That's why I think it's very crucial to come to meetings like this to hear a lot about the local community, because, as we stated before, there's a lot of things that we don't know. And you all live here and you guys know the best about it. So there's a lot of intricate details that you can't find online that you can only have in conversation. So this would be the first one, and we're hoping to learn a lot and get a lot of these comments so we could put a list together and extrapolate some data that makes this a better project. But I would like to say that Oregon State University has some projects for agrivoltaics. So I'm sure if you reach out to the university, they might be able to point you in the right direction for some things that have already been built.
Do you have any other projects in similar rural areas somewhere else in the country that we could look at and look at the history on?
Yeah, we do have a portfolio of projects built throughout the United States. It's easiest to find them on our website for qcells.com. There's nothing in particular that I can name off the top of my head that would be something that's easy to visit. However, do we have information online? And if you want, we can go to, like, after this and get some contact information. I can send you some links to some of the projects that we built.
Right. And I have a comment. Yesterday in the New York Times, they actually had an article on what is happening to rural farmland across the country in solar development. And it was, in fact, the reason I even looked at it was I saw this, "Don't destroy our farmland." And it was a poster someone was holding up in the picture, and I read it. And it was kind of sad because it talks about the fact that our farmland is so much cheaper to acquire than stuff near urban centers. And they can take advantage of the fact that our worry about sewage and septic and things like that and runoff because it's farmland. You just treat it like farmland. And that's probably particularly here in the Willamette Valley. We have the best soils in the country. I mean, and it has supported people through, a couple hundred years. And it's probably the best of what's left in small farms. It's a tradition that I feel is as important almost as the need to generate electricity that we do, so that we should focus on smaller solar installations. And that way it's more manageable. So everyone shares. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we're actually going to move on to Yvonne Scott now. And I would just ask anybody who's online, please do not unmute your line. We will get to you. But those of you who unmuted your line, you're creating a little bit of noise in the room here. And then after Yvonne will be Troy Jones.
Paper, I wrote it down. Hi, my name is Yvonne Scott, and I live very, very close to this project. I actually live on Mount Tom, which is bordering that line. I come from a 6th-generation farm family, California. And you know what? I know Irvine. My kids live there, and I don't want this in Irvine. There's a reason I moved from California. I want to talk about Daggett for a minute. 2010, one of the very first big solar things that they put in California, and they abandoned it. Okay. And we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands into our landfills. So something didn't work. I love technology. I love going forward. But when it comes to farmland, being a 6th-generation California from cattle, okay, they drove us out of California and they took our water and they took our farmland. And you know what? I just stand up today and I'm going to say something, because right here, what I want to talk about, number one, is visual impact. Okay. The visual impact that it has from the freeway, the visual impact that actually shines up into the homes, which is my home, that I sit on my deck and I have this huge vision now of all this visual. The location, class of the farmland, which people have spoken today, the impact to the planning in the community. Okay. I don't want this, Irvine. I've said that before. When I've seen other solars, I drove down to California, my family is, and I drove through a solar area. Let me just tell you what I saw. The homes were abandoned, okay? They had graffiti written on them. They were old farm homes. Go down through Bakersfield, go down through that area. It is sad to see. And I want you to have for your family something amazing. I feel like you're probably a very amazing person, Tran. But you know, when it comes to farmland and things that the earth doesn't make anymore, that's when we have to stand up and say something for ourselves. okay? Industrial zone land taken away. So let's look at that freeway on that side. I know people that have maybe some industrial that they want to do that. Once you get into electrical zoning and you get into utility, you're taking that away from them. Okay? Residential property values will plummet. Okay? That's another thing as an individual, my children and my grandchildren. When these solar panels go away, we're talking 40 years. I have a 3-year-old grandson that will be 43-year-old when those are gone. That disgusts my soul. Wildlife migration, elk, the birds, pond and creek. I love walking that area, seeing what they are, seeing the elk, and that will make an impact on that, I believe. Decommissioning land, okay, and abandonment we talked about. But the other thing is I want to know how the federal government can take zoning and just change it. Because if that's a fact, can I go to my property, which is 6 acres right now, subdivide to 6? Because I'd love to do that for my family if I can. But really, you know, so they could all put them on. But I cannot. I'm just an individual nobody. Okay. And then fire mitigation. We live in an area that is one of the worst fire areas. We had to have our own people in our town by truck. The city, the state, the county, no one's helping us. We're helping ourselves. You know what? And so when you look at that, and I have that solar, and we know for a fact there has been fires from solar panels before. It hits those hills. How are we getting there? How are we going to survive? Those are my questions.
So there are a lot of comments in there, which I appreciate. Many of them did tie to a council standard. So I'm going to hit a couple of those, but then you guys can feel free after that. And if we haven't answered all your questions, please ask again.
Sure.
So one of them was on decommissioning. So, and I think this is a good opportunity to bring this up. We had it on the slide that Chase brought up with our standards. One of our standards is decommissioning, meaning that the applicant, in terms of their application, has to submit to us how they're going to decommission the facility. So they have to show all of the details of what they're going to do, and then how much it's going to cost. And then we review that. And if we agree with that, then there's 2 things. One is they will have a condition that says at the end of the useful life of the facility, they will return the site to a useful non-hazardous state, meaning they will have to come back to the Energy Facility Siting Council, assuming it gets approved, assuming it gets built, and then ultimately, gets retired. They would have to come back and say, okay, we're done. We had a good run. Now we're going to take it out. Then they will have to show us and the council everything we hold prior to them beginning construction. They submit to us a bond in the full amount. So, some of these solar farms, could be $8-10 million. So we hold those in perpetuity, and those are updated annually for inflation. So if for whatever reason they're unable to decommission the facility, we have it, the bond and the amount of money in order to make sure that that happens. So that's a big deal with our process. We spend a lot of time and a lot of effort, and Councilmember Condon, you raise your hand again. She makes a big deal out of this, and we've been looking at this very significantly in the last couple of years to make sure that we get this right. So again, you brought it up, and I thought this was a good opportunity to kind of raise that. We have a new wildfire mitigation standard, so we will look at that. We also have, one of the points you brought up, I think was important, is whether it's state doing it or the county's doing it, the use, a solar use is allowed in the exclusive farm use. So the Department of Land Conservation and Development Commission has rules and statute. It is an allowed use subject to a conditional use. So even if it wasn't the state doing it, the county would have to review that. They would have an opportunity to request that at the county level. So that doesn't mean that they're going to submit a good application. That doesn't mean that we're going to approve it. I just want to be clear. This is an allowed use, and not just in Eastern Oregon, it's in the Willamette Valley as well. So I don't know if you had any other.
Feel free if I miss anything. So if I miss anything, feel free to ask it again and I'll happily answer it. But one of the things I hear a lot is that we're taking farmland away. It feels like a lot of people think that we're purchasing this land, but we're not. we're leasing 100% of the site. So the original owners who we signed this deal with, they still retain their land.
But your use is taking it away.
The use might change, and that's why we want to propose an alternative. Because again, unfortunately, we can't grow ryegrass under solar panels. But that being said, we don't want to take the land completely out of production. I understand that grazing isn't the same, and I understand that grazing can be done elsewhere. But I think it might be a good compromise. That's something that the project can support in the sense that sheep and solar panels can coexist. There are some studies on this. And the most important thing is that we're not changing any uses. So this is going to be EFU no matter what. Even after the 40 years and the project is decommissioned, it's returned to how it originally was, it's going back to the original owners and it still can be used for farmland, for farming. So we're not changing any of that.
40 years, that's a long time. How old are you? Just a question.
I'm 29.
Okay, that answers my question. That's it.
Todd, I just wanted to clarify, solar facilities are not an allowed use in the exclusive farm use zone. They're a use that may be allowed subject to criteria. So allowed uses are uses that are permitted outright, like farm use. This is a use that may be allowed subject to review criteria.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I appreciate the clarification. So, yeah, so there are uses that are permitted outright, and sort of in the language of, exclusive farm use, those are uses permitted outright. This is not that. Then there are what are called type 2 uses subject to conditional use review. So that would be the county's conditional use requirements, additional requirements through the Department of Land Conservation and Development. In this case, we talked about the goal exception. There's all going to be additional sort of criteria. So it is a allowable use subject to, many, many requirements and standards. So it doesn't mean that it's going to get approved. So thanks for the clarification. So Troy.
That's right.
Thank you. And then next will be Stephanie Glazer-Haggerty.
So I just wanted to touch base. I thought Jim and Tony Kuntz really hit very accurately, and I don't want to reiterate that. But what I didn't hear is how we're going to address the devaluation of the properties. That's a real concern in Oregon. Can somebody tell me how Oregon is going to address that?
So
If they were to permit it?
devaluation.
Of our properties that are right on those locations,
So what I can,
across the street.
yeah, what I can say is that, again, tying into our council standards, we do not have a council standard related to property values.
Okay. So there should be, and we'll need to address that. So I had a couple questions, but first I think we ought to read where we started. It's interesting enough, in May this year, we celebrated 50 years of the 100 and amended Senate Bill 111. And I want to just read this. Section 1, the Legislative Assembly finds and declares that open land use for agricultural use is an efficient means of conserving natural resources that constitute an important physical, social, aesthetic, and economic asset to all people of the state. That's whether you're living in rural, urban, or metropolitan areas of the state. The preservation of a maximum amount of the limited supply of agricultural land is necessary to the conservation of the state's economic resources, and the preservation of such, and in large blocks, is necessary in maintaining the agricultural economy of the state for the assurance of adequate, healthful, and nutritious food for the people of the state and nation. And I think we need not to forget that. I think the state of Oregon needs to remember that, because it does feel like we're doing an end run around the county. Brian, I had a question for you. So you on this indicated that you have a study that's going to end the summer of 2003 on wildlife. Is that right? Was that accurate on the slide? Did I read it properly?
All of our field studies when it comes to environmental, cultural, wetlands, et cetera, would be done by the end of this summer.
How will you know how the waterfowl? Have you already did in-field studies of waterfowl and the elk that are out there, the deer?
So yeah, the applicant, we began studies in April of this year, and have evaluated the site, and are continuing to have conversations with ODFW
Okay.
to that regard.
I
And
don't know
so-
how you, I'm sorry, I don't know how you can possibly understand without being out there. I mean, we're not sure if we're east side or west side of the interstate. So with all due respect,
Yeah.
I think that we need to have boots on the ground before we start making these types of statements.
Understood, yeah. And your comments taken into consideration, and we'll be continuing to evaluate for wildlife throughout the life of
For the record, there-
permitting process.
For the record, there's tens of thousands of geese, ducks, and hundreds of elk that work in that area. Deer, elk, turkey, eagles, bald
Yep.
eagles, golden eagles, and you guys know where they're
Yeah.
at. We've already talked about that in the past.
Yeah, and we do have the information that's publicly available from ODFW. We've also studied the site, and we'll continue to evaluate. We haven't determined what, we're still working through the permitting process, what impacts potentially are, and addressing those. But it's something that all those application materials, all the surveys, everything will be available to publicly as part of the application for everyone to review as well.
And then the last question I have is in regards to remediation. So did I hear you correctly? They're required to put in place a security bond.
Yeah.
And that security bond is evaluated each year for inflation.
Yes.
And then they have to keep ratcheting up on that security bond, increasing the amount to
That-
ensure that 30 years from now, they don't just, just basically say, here's the bond we had initially and do
Yeah,
this.
The way I like to describe it is that's the backup plan. The plan is that they will terminate the facility. They will decommission the site and, do everything
Without the
according
bond.
to, without the bond. But we hold that bond until all that happens
Mhm.
throughout the life, throughout construction,
Okay.
throughout operation, and even through decommissioning. We hold that bond to make sure that if something goes wrong, we have the money to restore the site.
Okay, so, 35 years, let's say the grazing doesn't work very well. This is my last question. Say the grazing doesn't go well and you guys can't control the weeds without the grazing or the grasses. You're going to have to go in and nuke that. 35 years from now, with that ground already nuked, how nutritious do you think that ground's going to be, and how long do you think it's going to recover that ground?
Well, and I'll just say on that one, that's the kind of comment that we're looking for. We have, we always have weed mitigation plans associated with the land use standard. These are the kind of information that we want to make sure gets into the record. So, one, they're hearing it from you, but we hear it from you and we put it in the project order.
Well, that land's going to be nuked and we won't be able to recover that ground back to the farming standards that it is today. It'll take years. And that's a big impact. You can ask any farmer in here, they'll tell you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So my apologies, we're going to go out of order. Sorry. We have a city council member, Linda Chambers, sorry, who has some limited time. So, council member.
Yeah, hi, I'm Linda Chambers, and I'm here representing myself and my neighbors, and also our mayor. He does not like this either. I am not a fan. I want to thank all of you for coming. This is awesome. See, these people love Layton County. Yes, I would like to know too, who are you council secretary for? I missed the introduction, so.
Sure. There are sort of two parts to who participates in this. So we have the Oregon Department of Energy staff. So Chase and I and some other members here, we work for the Oregon Department of Energy.
Okay.
The Energy Facility Siting Council is the governor-appointed board. Think of them like a planning commission.
Right.
They're appointed by the governor.
Yeah.
And I'm essentially the lead staff to them. So that's why I'm the council secretary.
Okay. Thank you for making that clear. I have a few comments and I'd like to know if this is built, where's the energy going? Is it going to stay in Lynn County?
Well, it would stay within the valley. It would stay within Willamette Valley, powering approximately 34,000
Right.
homes wherever the generation is needed.
Well, and I would like to see this, if you got to build it, I would like to see it built closer to Portland or Eugene. I mean, they would love y'all, I'm sure. Okay. And the impact on wildlife, that was my question. And where will the trash go? I mean, are these solar cells for the 40 years? Is that their life?
So we say project life is 40 years.
Right.
40 years doesn't mean that once it
No.
gets 40, it's gone.
Yeah.
So part of the decommissioning process is the assurance of proper recycling of the panels and all the infrastructure.
They can be recycled?
They can be recycled.
Okay. Yeah, I know. And what minerals are going to be mined for these solar cells?
That's something that I personally don't know,
Okay.
but that's something we could definitely dig into and ask our module manufacturer.
Okay, so you don't know where the minerals are going to come from, or
We mine silica for the panels in the state of Washington.
not cobalt?
Not too sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, that's
Okay.
not my division.
Okay, well, if you do, and most electric cars use a lot of cobalt, and I guess everybody probably knows that it's mined in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and this is mined by little 5-year-old children and slaves. So yeah, I think that's terrible, and I know Patrick said he really supports the electric cars, but that is where it costs more energy to make those electric cars, you know, that it does the gas. And yeah. And I think this probably will take more energy to produce these cells than it's going to put out. And also I'd like to know, subsidized. Is this being subsidized by the federal government or the state government?
No.
Okay.
We fund this project ourselves.
Okay.
There are things like tax credits, but outside of that,
Right.
they're not receiving any.
Well, tax credits are a subsidy. Tax credits are all the people in this room. Yeah, that's taxes are from us. And also, why haven't you come? I mean, I just learned about this about a week and a half ago. Why haven't you come, since this is so close to Brownsville, why haven't you come to the city council meeting with this and talk to us about it? I mean, we were all kind of blindsided by this, just like everybody else was.
So we've actually been for the last couple of months, if not since November of last year, going to various stakeholders throughout Lynn County and surrounding cities, including the city of Brownsville, to give them a one-pager about our project, let them know that.
Okay, yeah, the one page, yeah.
Yes, so we've been doing our outreach, trying to get meetings with all the local cities, because on top of this process through FSEC, we are trying to actually host our own town hall meetings in various cities to get more public opinion.
Okay.
So to answer your question, we have been here, but
You gave a one page to our city administrator. Is that what you did? Or
I would have to ask my staff on that,
Okay.
but we did stop by to try to see whom would be the best person to talk to, so we can set up a meeting in person.
Okay.
That is what we've been doing with some other cities around here as well.
Okay, I haven't heard anything about it other than what was online. Okay, so when you talked about a bond, is that going to go specifically in a fund for this project? Or is this something the state can get their hands on? Because I've known bonds before that ended up not being there when the 40 years are up, because everybody forgets that they're there.
No, this is a legal requirement. It is specific to the
Yeah.
facility. So it doesn't go anywhere other than in my office.
Okay.
And it will stay there as it gets sort of replaced by new bonds. There is no ability by any other entity within the state to utilize this for anything else.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's pretty much all. Oh, why are you not going through the county? Who is, I've seen you before, I just don't know where.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The process, the reason why it's not going through the county is just based on the acreage of high value farmland. So it's based on a standard. So I know there's a choice as to whether or not the council can go through, the the county's
Right.
land use review.
Right.
But because the facility itself exceeds this high value standard, it puts it in the jurisdiction of FSEC's review. So that's why the application, the permit itself is going through FSEC. Does that help?
Yes, but I think you have a better chance not going through county. The commissioners, I think you stand a lot better chance, and I think that's why you've chosen to go this way.
I can respond. So that was my mistake. I thought you were asking about the land use question, but so we have in Oregon revised statute, we have a definition of an energy facility. And whether it's wind or solar or pipelines or other things, certain things over, a specific threshold automatically go to the Energy Facility Siting Council.
Okay.
This project, because it is on high value farmland and exceeds 160 acres, it is within the jurisdiction of the Energy Facility Siting Council. There is no opportunity to go anywhere else. Now, within our process, the land use is an option by the applicant. They could request to go through the conditional use permit process with the county or have that consolidated into our process. That is their only choice of election there. But the application as a whole far exceeds anything. They would have to be at 150 acres to go to county jurisdiction.
okay.
And it's a lot bigger than that.
So they chose to go through
FSEC.
FSEC.
Yeah, so the Energy Facility Siting Council is the acronym,
Okay,
so FSEC. So it's which is state jurisdictional. So the
Okay.
project is big enough. It is our jurisdiction,
Okay.
no matter what.
I'd like to also know how many people, local people are going to be employed by this.
So during the construction of this project for 18 months, it could range anywhere from 100 to 300 persons.
And will those be union jobs?
The average is about 100 persons
Those will
per
be union
day.
Jobs?
That is, it would be subject to the requirements from tax credits and stuff like that. So I'm not too familiar with the exact
Okay, yeah.
definition or what their exact requirements are. But if it does require union jobs, then we would have to use union labor.
Right.
And then when the project's fully built, it would be employing about 1 to 3 persons for the operation, not including anything having to do with the like panel washing or anything of that sort.
Okay. Okay, and are there no American companies that are doing this?
There are a lot of companies that produce energy, that produce projects. So we have companies from the United States, from this region, from Europe, from Canada, from Asia. They come from all over.
So this organization is kind of like a conglomerate of a lot of different countries, is that right? Or is it just South Korea?
The parent company itself is just South Korea.
Okay.
They do have companies elsewhere in the world for various things. And just maybe this doesn't answer your question, but hopefully it adds some color. One of the things I touched on when I presented is that we're vertically integrated, and our panels are actually made in the United States. There are not many manufacturers who have factories in the United States. There's probably less than 10 in the United States that actually build their panels here. And so, yes, we are a South Korean company. Well, at least our parent company is, but they're heavily invested into the United States.
Okay. And I have been to South Korea. I love South Korea. I have nothing against South Korea. It's just that I would like to see Americans working. And I don't support this at all. It's going to be ugly. It's going to take the farmland, which I'm not, there's been so many comments here. I'm not familiar with all this stuff. I'm learning it too. But
And just to reiterate, this is the very, very beginning of our process.
okay.
We're not close to a decision. We don't have an application yet. This is just the notice of intent. It's sort of
Okay, so you
prior-
will have another town hall like this somewhere else in
somewhere else in a bigger location,
Albany? Yes, I
a
understand. Yeah.
bigger facility. Yes.
Like in Albany, in Lebanon, in Harrisburg. Yeah, I know that it is here, but there are people that have,
Yeah, our requirement is, so this is a public information meeting on the notice of intent. We will have a public information meeting on the complete application and then a public hearing all of those require us to be in person, in proximity.
Right.
So it doesn't say exactly what that means in
Right.
our rules, but we want to be, reasonably close so people can participate. So, again, as I
That
said
is
earlier,
important, yeah.
we'll seek input on a better location next.
Okay, yeah, the turnout is great. I really thank everybody for turning out. I was really scared nobody was going to show up. Was I wrong? Oh, and here's Mayor Craven. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Haggerty, thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Ms. Haggerty, you're next. And then up after Ms. Haggerty is Kim Buzzard.
My name is Stephanie Glaser Haggerty, and for the record, my family's covered wagon is in the Lynn County Historical Museum. I've been farming for a very long time. I agree with and appreciate the ladies and gentlemen that spoke before me, addressing comments, concerns, and where policy may not have been followed as we, as residents of this area, understand it. I have two questions. One of them is more of a statement followed by a question. KGW, the Portland news station, did a nice segment on Dr. Higgins' research at OSU, and then they ended the segment with saying, this was really a very big experiment. I'm wondering how big you think your project's experiment really is and what the impact to our community might be as an experiment of this magnitude. I'm also familiar with cultural studies, and I'm wondering which jurisdiction you follow when you're doing your cultural study. Thank you.
So let me get the cultural one first, and then you can kind of respond. So we have a historic and cultural and archaeological resources requirement, and we work with the State Historic Preservation Office. So early on in the process, you saw that the diagram with the kind of the bullet shape. So again, within the site boundary, they have to do an evaluation, and then based upon working with the State Historic Preservation Office, how much farther out do they have to go? I mean, based upon literature survey, it's the State Historic Preservation Office that determines, is there likelihood for, subsurface resources, or are there any known, resources out there? And the protocols that they established are then what the applicant has to follow. So does that mean that they have to go through and do subsurface probes within, a transect and certain distances? That all gets established by the State Historic Preservation Office. So, and then they're obligated, they will hire, if they don't already have one, an archaeological consultant to do the work consistent with that. We will review that in consultation with the State Historic Preservation Office to make sure that that's all done correctly. And that's all evaluated or open for public comment, later on down the road as well.
Thank you.
So to address the question about agrivoltaics with sheep grazing, I would like to put it out there that there's not a lot that needs to be modified in a solar field to accommodate sheep. There might be some minor tweaks to the design to accommodate for it, just like tightening up the cables to make sure that they don't get stuck, or adding protection around the piles so they don't get stuck or anything of that nature. Outside of that, the feed mix does actually have to be specified by someone who's smarter than me, that knows more about sheep than I do. And if this were like a normal solar project, then we would just plant a native seed mix of low to medium growth. But this particular one, we'd be doing something that's more favorable for sheep. As an experiment, I had to rely on people who've done the research on this, persons that work at who are at Orange OSU or other universities. Been in talks with persons from different states who also study the subject matter. And I'm not going to be claiming to be an expert on agrivoltaics or sheep or any of that nature, so I had to rely on them. But again, even if let's just say the sheep doesn't work out. We've already heard comments about that. So that would be something that during the FSEC process, we would have to consider, and there would be backups for that. As to what they would be, that's something that I would assume that FSEC would have to kind of state. Yeah.
So would that be a second segment of an experiment then?
No, I mean, if we're at a solar site, what you do for a noxious weed abatement would just to be mow the grass or mow the the cover crop. So if that were to be an alternative that is suitable, then that would be it. And that would just be standard practice for a normal solar site.
So then you're saying that you're really working with an organic site. If you're mowing and you're not applying any kind of pesticide or herbicide for weed control?
O&M is not my specialty, but what I know from what I talked to our like maintenance persons or asset management team is that they mow the site. They physically mow the site. They don't, I'm not sure if they spray anything, so I don't want to comment on that. But I know that for a fact that they do mow the sites.
Thank you.
So just one kind of response on there. We have no requirement that they do agrivoltaics. That is not in any way, shape, or form a requirement that we have. However, if as part of their application to meet the land use standard, because they're going to be taking a certain amount of acreage out of production, if they use that information to justify, we're going to do this, and this is sort of the our way of mitigating impacts. Sorry, looks like we're getting some feedback. Okay, no feedback on that one. So if they do that and we rely upon that as a way to say, okay, with this, you meet the standard, that is an obligation on their part. So they don't have any opportunity to say, sorry, didn't work out with the sheep, we're good. Then there would have to be some backup plan. And again, that will be the information that's important for you, the public, to be saying, okay, do we think with this additional, agrivoltaics or whatever else they're proposing, it meets it, but you have concerns. We want to hear that because that would be an obligation. If they propose it and we rely upon that, they would be obligated to continue to have some sort of agrivoltaic aspect. Like I said, that is not a requirement for us, but if they use that and we rely upon it, we have, and I have not mentioned this in the past or prior, we have a full compliance program. We have 2 full-time people that do compliance. We don't just do the application process and then 40 years later, what's going on. We come out on the site on a yearly basis to make sure that it's being operated. During construction, we come out several times to make sure that it's being constructed properly. If we get calls from people to, that they're concerned that the project is not being either built or operated consistent with the approvals, we have a compliance program to ensure that we hold them accountable. So that's something to be tracking throughout this process.
Thank you, Frank.
Okay, so Kim Buzzard and then John Marble is next.
Hi, my name is Kim. My comments are not tied to standards. I am not an expert, but I am a person and I'm representing the neighbors, and I feel that my views are important nonetheless. What this keeps, we're calling this a park or a facility, and in my opinion, that does not belong on farmland. The definition of a farm is an area of land and its buildings used for growing crops and rearing animals, typically under the control of one owner or manager. In my opinion, solar panels have nothing to do with crops or animals. This property is zoned exclusive farm use, and it is that for a reason. Why ruin, disrupt, disturb high-value soil? I would urge you to please take your facility, panels, metal, industrial equipment to a place where it will not ruin the aesthetic value of someone else's property. We live directly across the road. It's just ever so slightly to the south. Many of these neighbors also would look upon this. This is not where what we chose for our place to live. My grandfather purchased the ranch that my dad and mom gave us property to live on in 1943. We would like to give it to our children and not have a large portion of our view disrupted and disturbed, and there is value in that. I don't know how much value, but our property value would go down. Not that we're planning on selling, because our lifelong dream was to live there. Raise your hand if that is also your lifelong dream. Okay. It seems that people could care less about the values of others' property anymore. So values are few and far between. We are going to be the ones dealing with the loss of aesthetic, the loss of view, and the possible devaluation of property. Who is going to pay us for that? Not to mention the damaging effects to the land and the residents, or the nearby residents and the wildlife. I watch for elk as I drive at night. There are tons. I tell my children, watch out for deer, watch out for elk. I'm sure all fathers in here and mothers told children the same thing there. All right, I would like to ask this audience, if you are living across or in the view of this, raise your hand if you would like you all to participate. Like, truly raise your hand if you would like in your view. I'll wait. Anyone? The problem is, we say in Oregon, it's a beautiful state. We conserve, protect land and wildlife, etc., but then we do the opposite. I will not stand for the opposite. We need to use common sense in this community and everywhere in Oregon. This day and age, we make all the standards and the rules and we say we're going to follow it, and then other things are permitted. This is happening in our schools. Things get permitted. This is happening everywhere. Let's not permit what our rules and regulations say they are protecting. When will our county reps, commission, etc., just thank you for everyone for coming. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. And I appreciate all the information we're getting here tonight, respectfully. At the beginning of this evening, you mentioned, Todd, something about the room, the timing, etc., not being right. But I would add, nothing about this project seems right to me.
Hi.
So yeah, I'm sorry, John.
Yes.
John Marble, and then Steve Hood is next.
Yes, on that. A little bit. Really a technical question for Todd. When we talk about permitted uses or perhaps permitted uses on EFU land, that's not quite the right. Did you say that there is oversight provided by Lynn County land use staff at that point?
I probably said a lot of different things that probably was confusing. So I'll try to clarify. So under the land use requirement, basically the same land use requirements that apply to the county apply to us. So, and those come from the Department of Land Conservation and Development.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same rules, the same statutes. So if you go to, I don't know how many people know this, but Oregon Revised Statute 215, 283, basically that provides the uses within. There may be some additional requirements for some things, but we'll just say, largely you're allowed to do it. Then the second list are conditional uses. That is subject to, somebody could go to the county and request a conditional use review. In this case, the size of the project, it basically becomes our jurisdiction. Same county, same requirements, same conditional use requirements from statute and rule, and then same Lynn County requirements would apply in our process.
And when you say we, do you mean land use staff at DOE?
Well, I mean, you could call us the land use staff, but but effectively we're the Energy Facility Siting Division.
Okay, so there will be an additional oversight function of land use issues?
It's part of our process.
Okay.
So the list of standards that Chase had brought up, and we didn't go through all of the different standards, but one of the standards is land use. And again, Jim Johnson talked about the one difference is the goal exception, where the Energy Facility Siting Council's requirements are a little less stringent than the Department of Land Conservation and Development. That's the only area. Everything else, again, whether it would apply through the county or applies through us, it's the same requirement.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve Hood, and then Lois Hawk is next.
My name's Steve Hood. I live on Gap Road. Already had, but I have a couple comments. And full disclosure, I think solar fields are terribly ugly. I travel the U.S. for my work, and I end up in a lot of out-of-way places, and I get to look at them. And I think almost everyone I talk to says they're ugly, and I think one of your standards is appearance. And I think one of the ways they mitigate that is they move them out into these areas that I work in that are nobody has to see them. And that, to me, is the polar opposite of what we're doing here. When we're parking it literally on the shoulder of the thoroughfare of the state, and it's got this ragged configuration, and everybody that passes by is going to have to look at it. And it's so big and so close that you're not going to be able to get used to it. You're not going to, it's just going to be an eyesore out there for 40 years. And I know that doesn't seem like much, but you'll be 70 years old in 40 years. That's how long that is. I mean, your kids will be flying cars, by then. So we don't know what's going to happen, especially when I hear this thing about experiment. And I'm not anti-solar. In fact, I looked at doing solar for my house. You can't see my house from the street or my neighbors, so I thought that mitigated the ugliness of it. But I called the provider and they said, don't do it. You're in a terrible area for solar. You'll never recoup your investment because of the climate where you're at. And so that made no sense to me why we would want to park one here. And I guess that's why it has to be so big. So that's the only way it pencils out for you. But then I realized that, listening to your presentation, the reason it's here is because we already have, what did you call it? The power station. We already have a power station. So that just saves them a bunch of money and time. So it's really just a benefit to them is why they chose it to put it here. You could build a smaller one somewhere else that could generate just as much power, or one this size that could generate a whole lot more power. And I mean, we don't have to put it here. We send power clear to Texas, through the transmission line. So it doesn't have to be here to use it here. The other thing that I thought about is, something happened. I mean, you buy a house, you never know what's going to happen in your neighborhood. You can always pack up and move, right? I mean, it's expensive and it's a hassle, but you can always move. These are third, fourth, fifth, sixth generation families that are going to spend the next 6 generations here. They can't move. And when I thought I heard you say a standard is not the depreciation of the people's, and that's shameful to me. That's amazing to me that would not be a consideration when you're imposing this on people that have, in essence, no choice. So, but I appreciate your time.
Go ahead.
Just the comment on the reason why we're here. The main reason why we cited the project here is because there's actually a demand within the Willamette Valley. If doing studies with the utility, when having conversations with them, there's actually a demand for the generation. A lot of people say that we should move the project to the east side of the Cascades, but truthfully, there's complications with sending power from east to the west side, especially over the mountain ridge. So if there was not a demand for it, then we wouldn't be here.
Well, I guess the other thing is, I talked to a guy who was a CEO of a big corporation down in California. It's California. And he mentioned that a lot of people use this whole thing about grazing sheep because it's a feel-good thing. Because they bring it in to mow the grass. It's the cheapest way they can do it. So really, again, it's a benefit to you, not to anybody else. It's just the cheapest way to mow. And then they're gone. Just bring them in for a very short time. Everybody here knows how fast that happens. And then they're gone. So it's really, to say that we're going to be grazing sheep there unless there's some different plan, but it didn't sound like there's much of a plan. So it may not work. So
In most parts of the US, projects aren't actually grazed by sheep or any type of animal. They're actually mowed
Yeah.
because when it comes to an operation and maintenance standpoint, that's actually the cheapest. The reason why we were proposing sheep grazing in this for this project is because from a neighborhood context, there are already sheep grazing land in this area. So in a neighborhood context, it kind of just fits.
Thank you.
Lois Hawk, and then Ryan Glazer is next. Oh. I'm gonna put you at the end. No, I'll come back to you, but since you've already spoke, I want to get to the other people first. Tom Cordier, and then Katie Glover will be next.
My name is Tom Cordier, and I drove all the way down from Albany because it's important. I have a question about it. It disturbs me to know that the governor has the ability to appoint people, and I suppose to remove people from the FSEC. The governor and her predecessor have done a terrible job with public education here in Oregon. Terrible. And to have the governor be able to do that at her will tells me, because what has happened is they slot people in who will toe the line for the woke agenda, for all of this stuff that's going on in the social media. And so there will be no different when it comes to the FSEC. So my question is, how many members are there? And how many of those members are new? And appointed by either the last governor or the current one. The other thing that I'm concerned about is this 40 years life statement. I mean, I bought a bunch of LED bulbs for my residents, and they hype that they last for 20 years, and they don't. And they never do. And so when we talk about decommissioning, I mean, I'm gray haired, and so I've been around Love Canal, and I've been around, I mean, I was an employee at Watchung, which is a Superfund site, and I'm familiar with the arguments between the state and the federal government on what the standards ought to be. And I've seen companies go out of business, and the lawyers are now the politicians end up redefining what the words in the original contract and the requirements said that they were, but they redefined those things that holds the company that is now bankrupt not liable. And it comes to up to the people then to bear the expense through taxes or some mechanism to correct the problem. So what I'm concerned about is that in this 40 years, there is probably a standard, and I'm not talking about silicon-based glass. I'm talking about the insides of the cells in those materials, and what is the way to dispose of those. And those standards will change over time, because in 10 years, somebody will look at the leachate from some kind of a disposal site and will figure out there really was arsenic in that panel that they didn't tell us about. And so now that the disposal requirements are tremendous. And so, I mean, I hear you say, well, we'll update the bond requirements based on cost of living. That's not the issue. The issue is the cost of the technology that requires changes in how this stuff has been disposed of for the last 10 years, or the last 20 years. Those standards are going to change. And I don't know from an administrative standpoint how you stay on top of all that and keep the obligation on the company that may not even be solvent at that point in time. So I have those concerns. The push for solar is because of the.
Can I answer your question one at a time? Otherwise, I'm going to lose track.
You may.
So the first one, and I'll try to make sure I get the second one as well. First one is about the Energy Facility Siting Council. There are 7 members.
Okay.
So they're all on different sort of time frames. So they serve up to 2 4-year terms. There are no members that are appointed by the current governor. We will likely be having a vacancy this September, so there will be in the near future a new appointment by the current governor, but there are no current appointments by the current governor. And the prior governor wasn't the appointee for all of the prior or the current council members either. So they can serve up to 8+ years. And we have some that have served up to 10 years because there wasn't somebody to replace them.
But does the governor have the right to remove them?
I'm not aware. There's nothing in our statutes that talk about that. So I don't know the answer to that question. It's never occurred. We've been around since in our current configurations since 1971. Prior to that, going back to nuclear siting in the 1950s. To my knowledge, that's never happened. I'm not aware of any statutes that allow for that. So,
okay.
That's not definitive. I just don't know the answer to that question.
I understand. Thank you.
And then the second one was about decommissioning. Yeah, it's a good point. We have a waste minimization standard. We have a requirement that if they can, and to be honest, it's early on, and exactly what you said is we don't know what we don't know to some degree on some of these issues. We do have a requirement that they will have to recycle all aspects of the components to the extent that they are recyclable. As we move into the future, there will be a lot of solar facilities in the United States. Likely, we will learn a lot more, and there will be, probably a lot of regional recycling centers related to solar, but that doesn't exist yet. So, to the extent that we get it wrong, we can adjust that along the way. We put in the provision, and we've been in recently that the council can look at the decommissioning amount if something triggers the necessity to look at that.
And part of that will be determined by the contract that the company has given. What are the conditions? So those conditions have to be forward-looking on changes in technology and disposal technologies and the money associated with that. And
Yeah,
that-
we take a very safe harbor approach. So, they will submit to us what they think is going to take to decommission the facility. We may agree with that. We may disagree with that. If we disagree, we'll provide evidence to justify changing it, which would likely increase. We also put in contingency amounts because we don't know what we don't know.
Right.
We don't know, what the labor prices are, the rental of equipment prices are. We use what we have today, and then we build in contingencies because of potential changes in the future. We also don't allow, I know a lot of jurisdictions allow the reduction of the amount of the bond by scrap value. We do not, because there's a lot of volatility in that market. And if they go bankrupt, we don't know if we're going to be one of the entities that actually get access to that. So we don't rely upon that.
Okay.
We make sure that we have what we think is in our best evaluation based on evidence, what the amount of that bond will be to decommission the facility if we have to do it ourselves.
Yeah, okay. Those are good answers. I appreciate it. Has anyone submitted a permit to build a nuclear facility here in Oregon based on Oregon State technology for their nuclear deal?
So currently, that would also be an Energy Facility Siting Council jurisdictional facility. The two, kind of going back in time to Trojan, as a result of we'll say generally the state not liking Trojan and that facility being decommissioned, there are two provisions which say in order for a nuclear facility to come to the Energy Facility Siting Council, the applicant has to show proof of a federal repository. That doesn't exist. So first, it would have a federal repository where they could take the spent nuclear material or the radioactive material. And then secondly, it would have to go to a vote of the people, and a vote of the people statewide would have to approve, through a vote, that nuclear facility.
Yeah.
So legally, yes, practically, no.
Okay, the other thing I would ask is, have you looked at the blog that Hasso Herring, the former editor of the newspaper, he has a blog called hh-today.com, and he's the one where we got notice of this presentation. And there are probably 25 different comments about this proposal on that site. And he is the former editor of the Democrat Herald. He's widely read, an excellent author, good source of information for you, I think, and for everybody else.
Yeah, and that's a good opportunity again to remind people, if you did not receive a property owner notification because you live beyond the distance, please, Jenny can help you sign up to receive email notices, for this project in the future. You can also request to receive paper notices, and we'd be happy to do that. Just to clarify, we can only take public comments if people submit them to us. So
Sure.
if they submitted on that blog, that's not anything we can take account of. They would have to submit them to us.
Maybe I'll ask Hasso if he'll submit them. Okay, good. Thank you.
Sure. Katie Glover, and then Chelsea Fain is next. Looks like Katie may not have wanted to wait. Katie? Okay, Chelsea. And then Chad Higgins is next.
Whoa. Good evening. I brought my visual here for you guys. I have a quick question. What's the longest running solar project that your company has done?
I don't know off the top of my head, but something I could definitely find.
So do you guys have any data as to what the long-term impact of these solar farms and these giant projects are on the agriculture, the wildlife, the groundwater, and human health too? Do you have any data for that?
We do have white papers on how solar and soils go with one another, so that we do have those resources, yes.
But I'm not talking about soil, I'm talking about human life and wildlife and groundwater, especially like if the sheep grazing doesn't work out. And I'm not a farmer, but I know that the sheep grazing is not just to farm sheep. They rotate the crops with the sheep so that the manure can fertilize the ground, and it's like the best organic fertilizer that you can get. So what good is just sheep grazing and doing a mowing for you? What if that doesn't work out? What are you going to do? Just mow it? Are you going to use weed killers? Like what is the long-term impact on the groundwater, on human health, on wildlife? What's the long-term impact?
So when it comes to solar and I guess ground impacts, Q-Cells doesn't have any white papers on it, but that's definitely something we could dig into to
So you don't
provide.
know.
We can provide sources to other white papers that have been done when it comes to solar. And then to answer your question, let's just say if the sheep thing does not work out, quote unquote, as Todd has already stated, there would be a compliance requirement. So if that is a stated use within the project, then we're required to comply with that and get continue use of sheep grazing on the site for the life of the project.
Okay, but I just wanted on the record that you guys don't know the long-term impact of these things, and you don't know what your longest running solar project is.
I personally don't know the impact of solar on grounds, but I'm sure there are definitely research papers out there that I can probably find. And if you'd like to know about them, that's something we could do as a follow-up item to try to send you some sources. And then when it comes to the longest running project at Q-Cells, admittedly, I don't know that, so I apologize. But that's something that we could definitely get. What was the earliest project that Q-Cells built?
Okay, so you don't know the longest type of running project, but we're still willing to invite into our very backyards a 40-year-long project. My son is 3 months old. He's gonna be 40 years old. There's another little baby right here. is going to be 40 years old. I know it's easy for all of us to get up in arms about this because of how it's going to impact us. But in reality, how's it going to impact the children of Oregon? How is it going to impact their future when we don't even have the data? We don't even know how it's going to impact our groundwater, how it's going to impact the soil. What if it just doesn't work out? Is it going to be abandoned? I've heard so many things that we don't have the answers to. And so many things of like, we're going to do a 6-month-long study of the wildlife between May and what was it, August or September? I'm sorry, that this is Oregon. Like, this is a wildlife capital of the Pacific Northwest. We have so many amazing diverse wildlife, and 6 months is not going to cut it. And you don't have the data, and yet you're willing to impose this 40-year project on our children. And I just don't see how that's helpful at all.
The only thing that I can add in follow up to the comment is that groundwater, stormwater, specifically how it hits the panels, runs off, impacts to soils, will be studied. Just because we don't have an answer tonight doesn't mean we won't have one. And so there's a very robust, I think Todd has alluded to it, all the standards, what they look like up here. I can tell you what that translates to is binders full of information. And so not all of it is prepared right now. So what we know is kind of what we've assessed based on what we call a desktop study, but that's just, publicly available data. So a lot of the study that is going to go into this, especially with regard to soils, has yet to be done or is in the process of being done and will be a part of this very robust application. So it's not, it wouldn't do anyone a service to come in and, not have these things fully vetted before that application is present before the FSEC Council, because it does have ramifications for commitments and conditions down the line. So those things will be assessed. So I don't want there to be the implication that because there's not an answer now tonight that there can't be one or won't be one. But it is something that we'll certainly work towards and would be incorporated with the application.
Okay, but even that data that you can provide is still going to be your best guess because we don't have a 40-year-long project to refer to see what the impact is going to be. So it's still just going to be your best guess.
That I can speak to. I mean, there's probably not a project in Oregon that's been around for 40 years. So there are projects that have been constructed, are successful, and have been in operation. And those are kind of what we look to moving forward as far as, kind of models for this development. And will continue to be for, I'd imagine for the industry. But yeah, as to your point, it's like, is there one around for 40 years? I'm not sure, but that's something that we can certainly look to as we're continue to evaluate the materials.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one more question for you guys. So Oregon, the Pacific Northwest is pretty rainy and pretty overcast. So how do the 6 to 7 rainy and overcast months of the year help support 35,000 homes with electricity? And are these things even going to be functioning from November through May with minimal direct sunlight?
Sure. To address your question about the lifespan of this project, the 40 years, that's not a number that we just kind of threw out there. It's more of like an industry standard. So when it comes to solar projects, the lifespan that's projected is 35 to 40 years. That's a pretty standard thing in the industry. As for the energy production, we do something called a PV-SYST or an 8760. And essentially that uses historic data, weather data. Could be from 5 years, could be 10 years, or whatever is publicly available. And then we use that, and then we map out the site, basically the layout of the project and any potential restrictions or things of like, I guess we call them constraints. And then we do a projection to see what would be the energy production. And that is also a factor in us when we kind of try to cite these projects. So understandably, it is a little bit cloudy and a little bit wet in Oregon. Just a little bit. But even with that, using the weather data, we still have good enough production to make this project viable. So
I have solar panels on my house in between November and May. They're not working. They're good panels, and they may not be your panels from your company, but they're still good panels, and they would cost a really pretty penny, and they don't work 6 months out of the year. So I'm just wondering, are they just going to be an eyesore for half the year and only providing like energy for half the year? Because that seems like a really big project and a really risky thing when we don't have the data to go out 40 years to put upon the people of this area when we don't even know if it's going to work year round and we don't even know what the long-term impact is. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, my understanding is Katie Glover is back in the room, so Katie and then Chad Higgins.
Some people want some answers to my question. I'll stay.
When it comes to regards of any white papers, things of that nature, we could post it onto our project website. I'm not sure if there's something we should be posting to the portal for the project. But also, yeah, if there's anything that we would like, you would all would like follow up, that's definitely something we could put on our website.
Thank you.
Katie?
Hello, I'm Katie Glasser, and I want to start out by saying that actually you guys did do a presentation to the Lynn County Farm Bureau meeting last month, and we appreciated you guys coming. It was, I think it went longer than you guys expected initially, but there's a lot of back and forth. You guys talked about what you were doing, and then we had a lot of questions and gave some suggestions too. And one of those suggestions was that this is a very controversial issue, and we suggested get out into the community, talk to people, make sure that you're very transparent, you're sharing everything you can with us. And one thing that we really, really said was don't plan a meeting in the middle of harvest. And you looked at us and very sincerely seemed like you would kind of follow some of these suggestions and said, yeah, that sounds like some good advice. And so here we are, July 25th in the middle of harvest, and I'm looking around and I'm actually surprised at how many farmers I see and how many should be in the fields right now. But they're here because this is such an important topic and issue, and it's going to be impacting a lot of people. So the main thing that I want to say and bring up is, I guess I do lean more on the side of with private property, we should be able to do what we want. However, we have land use laws and at county level, state level. And I guess what's frustrating about this is because your company has enough time and money, you're going to be able to do what you want. Whereas the rest of us that don't have that time and money have to follow the laws. And that is frustrating to see over and over and over again. And so why not, instead of trying to be able, like, instead of trying to get like the governor to sign off or whoever needs to in order to get this project going, why not get lobbyists and go to the Capitol and change the laws so that we can all do these things if we want to? But I guess that's my biggest frustration, is that because you have enough money, you get to be above the law, I guess.
I'll take two of the questions, at least that I heard, and you guys can respond if you want to. First, she was looking at you guys. We scheduled the meeting. So if anybody's to blame, you can blame the Oregon Department of Energy, not the applicant. That's our responsibility. So we will take that 100%. So, but I will also say that when the applicant submits their notice of intent, we're on the clock. We have to provide notice. We have to get memos out to reviewing agencies. We have to provide enough time in advance of the meeting. We have to provide enough time after the meeting for public comment. We have to synthesize all that information and put that into a project order within 140 days. So we don't have a lot of time to play around with. So we could have done better, and we will do better and look forward, that in the future. So again, that's on us, not on the applicant. What was the second part? Above the law, thank you. Sorry. And I will say nobody is going to be above the law in this. That is entirely what our process is about. You may not agree with the laws, but we do have the laws. We have statutes, we have rules. That is exactly what the Oregon Department of Energy, or at least my division, is here to do, is to ensure that whatever they submit is consistent with the local, with the requirements of the Energy Facility Siting Council. And if we recommend approval to the council, it's because we believe they have provided enough evidence in the process to meet the requirements. So our process is all about the law. And again, that's exactly what we're doing here today, is to try to convey that to you so you understand what those requirements and standards are. So if you want to continue to track this project and comment, you understand what those are and what they're going to be held to And so again, whether you understand that today or that starts to, kind of become more clear in the future, please continue to participate. Chase and I are always going to be around if you've got questions, but it is absolutely has to be consistent with the law.
To add to that, we did take a lot of notes, especially with the meeting with Farm Bureau. And one of those was to continue outreach to the locals and have more meetings. So we did meet with various cities, try to get in contact with them to see whether or not that's something they would allow us to do, to hold town halls outside of the FSEC process and requirements. So we do want to continue to do that, whether it's at another city in a public space, or even if we had to rent out some type of venue. That is something me and my team are actively trying to do so we can, homeowners within a certain range.
So I'm going to cut people off. Please don't kind of raise questions. We have a lot of people online. They can't hear the questions in the back and forth.
So we are trying to actually find more venues to do public outreach to locals within the county, but various areas, so we can get more comments from everyone.
Chad Higgins, and then Carl Witzig is next. Chad's first.
We became friends by the fridge. Yeah. I looked for beer, but there wasn't any. I actually didn't plan on commenting tonight. I just wanted to come and see what the community thought. And I really appreciate the passion that everyone has brought. I can't believe how many people are here. I'm commenting because my name was brought up a few times. And I'm not commenting to you, Todd, or to you. I'm commenting to the folks here and to the young baby here. We do have 10 years of data. I should say, my name is Chad Higgins. I am a farm kid. My family's homestead in New York State still stands. I own a farm in Lynn County and I operate it. And in my spare time, I'm a professor at Oregon State University, where I do research on maintaining agricultural land and production, even in the presence of solar cells. We have 10 years of data on this. We're global leaders in this space. And if you want to know more, please reach out to me. I can do my best to explain my research. My biggest fear of my research, and I've said this many times, is that it's used as an end run around land use laws. And because the whole point of what I do is to protect ag lands and protect rural culture and the rural way of life. So, but if you're interested and you want to see us drive a tractor through a purpose-built solar array, if you want to see us growing melons and tomatoes and even cannabis and berries and even grass seed, grass, not grass seed right now, please come and visit us. I have an open house at our research facility the second Tuesday of every month. That's the next open house is going to be August 8th at 1 p.m. Everyone here is invited. It's at the North Willamette Research and Extension Center in Aurora, Oregon, which is a bit up the highway from here. It's on Miley Road, and everyone is welcome to come, and I can show you what we're doing. I can't let you drive a tractor through unless you go through the tractor training, but we do get big equipment through. Not the 30-foot header that I heard mentioned, but we can get 25-foot headers through our array, no problem. So yeah, I'm here. I'm a servant of the public. Thank you.
Okay, Carl's proxy.
I'm sorry, my name is Joanna Witzig, and I'm kind of around this area. Couple of questions for you, Mr. Train. Why is the project so large?
Just from an economic standpoint, it makes more sense to build a project of this size, especially with the need in the area. We were able to find enough landowners who wanted to partner with us to size it this large. The substation itself can support that much capacity. So it's kind of just we would size the project to how much land we can find. If we weren't able to find enough land, then we would have to either downsize the project or move it entirely.
Is most electricity going to be going to Eugene, Salem, the urban areas?
It would go wherever the demand is needed.
I would assume it's the urban areas. In your experience, is that the urban areas?
It's kind of hard to tell where it flows, but it would stay within the Willamette Valley just because there's actually a demand needed, like there's actual demand in the locale.
Okay. And sir, you did studies with wildlife and that sort of thing. And you're aware, of course, that all these wildlife have a yearly, not a 6-month habitat rotation, migration patterns. And so what have you done is your study going to be done in August and you're not going to do when all the migrations take place?
I can answer that. So our Fish and Wildlife Standard requires, well, I had mentioned before, but I'll mention it again. So our standard is actually references the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's policies on fish and wildlife habitat. And we talked before about reviewing agencies. We work very closely with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. So we seek at this point their input on, based on this location, what are the survey protocols? So the applicant doesn't get to decide that. It's the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife decides that.
Okay, and I have been unable to really follow, maybe I'm just a dumb farm girl, but I have been unable to follow what you were saying about the uses. When they go to you instead of the land use laws, I can read statutes, happen to be able to do that. But are you telling me that for solar projects, they're a conditional use and they do not have to follow, if they go through you, they don't have to put any kind of agricultural use on these farmlands? Is
They
that
don't,
what you said?
they don't have to do that for any project, whether it's county or state. Now, that doesn't mean that, if they're going to take prime farmland out of production, maybe, if there's no habitat or no farmland mitigation plan, maybe that doesn't justify approval. So it really depends on the particular application. So in the east side of the mountains, where most of the projects that we've reviewed are, there is not much in the way of, there's a lot of upland wheat. Some of the areas are exclusive farm use. So let me speak. Exclusive farm use owned, but they're not in active production. So in that situation, it's the same requirements. It's the same standard. Those may not require any kind of agricultural mitigation. Here, if it's their argument to make, it's not our argument to make, it's the applicant's argument to make, and it's also your ability to review and provide comment that if they're going to take this farmland out of production, can they do that and then just take it out of production? Or is there some mitigation requirements that are necessary in order to justify approving that? That's what this process is about. So I'm not saying that they're not going to do that or they don't have to do that. The law does not require them absolutely to do that, but that's probably, as they've said, and that's why they're talking about agrivoltaics, is I think they believe that that's required in order to justify this.
But you're saying theoretically, and I'm not talking about East Cascades, we all live in Lynn County. I want to know about this particular project. It could theoretically be approved without any kind of agricultural use. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay, thank you. So the agrivoltaics that was done by Mr. Higgins, Professor Higgins, how big was that? It was 6 acres. It's nowhere close to the size that you're talking about. So how is that going to work? I mean, that's, something you're going to have to look at. And in this area, and again, I'm not a farmer. I'm a layman. So
Can you make sure you sure you speak into the mic so people on the phone can hear you?
So I'm a stupid retired attorney. So the bottom line is, though, you can't tell me that 6 acres out of Woodburn is enough to say, oh, this is going to work. So what are you going to do? This is clay soil. It holds the water. It rots out a lot of roots on a lot of plants. And, grass seed's kind of, maybe it's where it's at. It's Lynn County. So what are you going to do about that? Are you going to try to mitigate it or what's the deal?
I can say what we're working on right now is
Okay.
is working on a plan to address that, and that is part of what we're looking at. As Todd had said, part of it is going to be not only addressing standards but also addressing making sure the preponderance of the evidence supports what can be accomplished with this project. And so it's up to our team to be able to clearly articulate that, and that's something that is still we're still working through it. So whether it's 6 acres or more, or the size of the project, we have to demonstrate that plan to be able to justify why we think, for this project that it would work. And that's a work in progress. And so that's why we've got a ways, we're at the very beginning again. We haven't developed or are in the process of working
So you
through
have
this.
hopes of
So
how yeah.
that would have to be articulated in our application.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess my concern is you take all this farmland, and to me, I'm from Eastern Oregon and I come from much larger spreads. But when you talk about 1,600 acres in Lynn County and you're taking all that out of production and you don't theoretically have to put it back into some kind of agricultural use, no matter how much you want to, that raises a red flag for me. And I also wonder, when you put these solar panels in, are they concreted in? How much concrete goes in that earth? And how is it removed if it's abandoned, and how can it be restored back to something workable? Is that feasible? Have you done that in the past?
So for how panels are installed, they're actually pile driven.
I'm sorry.
They're pile driven.
Okay.
So no concrete's actually needed
Okay,
for
that's
the
good news.
installation of those. The applications, you want to take them?
So the intent, we try to be, provide flexibility when we're addressing, what materials will be used. So at this point, there's final engineering hasn't been done, but the anticipation is that piles can be used. And so, but we still have to plan for it, because in these applications, you have to identify all the materials up front. So if there is potential for concrete use, we want to be upfront about that, but also note that prior to construction, all these plans will be finalized with the intent that it's pile driven. But, as a contingency, a lot of the application materials will also provide, what's the maximum case scenario, if it has to be used. So that's why you'll see some things like that, and that contemplate, if that's why.
Okay.
I would also like to add, when it comes to concrete for the piles, typically projects don't use concrete for the piles. Only in really extreme cases of really terrible topography would you need something like that. But given that this site is pretty flat, if not entirely flat, that's not something that we're expecting that's needed. So the piles or the panels themselves, they'll be pile driven. And then we do something called a geotechnical study that measures how far down we would have to go, and it kind of it measures the tolerance for piles, and that dictates what size and what length of it would be needed. And then if it can't be supported just by a pile, then there would be alternatives that may include concrete.
Okay, so is this the largest project that you're involved with
No.
your company? Okay, thank you.
Ryan Glazer is next, and then Kurt Kaner is after. Ryan Glazer. Okay, Kurt Kaner.
Hi, my name's Kurt Kaner. I farm in the donut hole that you guys are creating. I have some direct questions that nobody's been able to answer yet. The first one is for you guys. Oregon's known for being a right to farm state. A lot of complications go when you are mixing industrial or residential with farming. What kind of complications are you going to see by doing this in middle farm ground? Like I said, I chose not to succumb to the $800 an acre or the $30,000, $40,000 signing bonuses that they posed, because I don't want to play that game, and I don't want to do that to my neighbors. I mean, the choices that other farmers make with their land is their choice, and I have nothing against that. I'm not trying to be sensational, guys. I'm just saying that was my choice. the neighbors want to do something with you guys, that's their prerogative. You know, we live in a free country and I believe that should happen. But the problem I see, and I guess it's self-serving, is what happens to me in the middle of this with your solar panels all around me? I mean, there's a couple of us. There's Esther Gartz, there's myself, Jesse Farber, he's here somewhere. You know, some of the things that you're proposing are flawed. And here's what I'm going to say is, you know, I've got friends on both sides of this. So I understand the need for electricity. I definitely understand as a fourth generation farmer, the need for farmland and preserving that land because we're being encroached on from so many sides. Do you take into account from your administrative rules? I'm not buying this. It's not all laws and ORS statutes. A lot of what you do is administrative rules. Somebody's making this up as they go along. I spent the last 14 years of my life on the City of Harrisburg Planning Commission. I'm pretty good at figuring out this was nothing more than end around to get easier path. Okay, I understand that. You used the rules in your benefit. Those of us in farming usually don't get that option because we don't have lawyers on retainer. We don't have a lot of stuff. So that being said, what do you take into account for those that are left in the middle of this that have to farm? Because some of the complications that come into this are going to definitely fall into the right to farm laws, ORS statutes, not administrative rules that you can break or snap.
That's a great question. So we've talked mostly so far about direct impacts and that. Absolutely indirect impacts are something we're going to look at. So when Jim Johnson from the Oregon Department of Agriculture was up, he talked about a case, Supreme Court or Land Use Board of Appeals case. That is applicable to us as well. We will evaluate that. So that's again why I appreciate you being here, appreciate your comments up. We will evaluate the indirect impacts, on adjacent properties. And so we want to know, are you able to get your farm equipment in there? Or is that going to create, you can't get through the donut hole? Or you have certain agricultural practices that are going to be impacted as a result of this? We absolutely want to hear that in our process, in our application right now.
Who are you talking to find out what those answers are?
We're talking to you. So we're seeking that.
I'm just one guy. Like
But that's exactly what we're here for, is we're seeking that information from you because you're the one who's going to be impacted. You're the one who knows your farming practice. We want to hear from you about that.
I mean, the truth of the matter is each person that owns a property should have rights as long as they don't infringe on other people. If my neighbors want to participate in this project, so be it. It's not my place. I don't feel it's my place to step in the middle of it. But by the same token, what you're proposing is definitely going to step in the middle of what I'm doing. I keep hearing this sheep. Okay, I understand that, but I get the feeling you guys have never even seen a sheep, and certainly not one in my neighborhood. I've got a very dear friend over here that has raised sheep his entire life. He could tell more about sheep. He's forgotten more than I'll ever know. But sheep are not going to just sit out there and graze all year. If you guys actually had went to that piece of property out there, maybe you have. We spend as farmers out there every day. What they don't eat is to blow into the me, and what doesn't, it's going to fire. Quite often, we get winds that come through and pick our windrows up. A mile. Falls on my working ground going to screw with solar panels. I mean,
so I can answer a little bit of that. It's like any non-farm use. If you're aware of that, so anybody who poses farming or agricultural pit or non-farm, they have to sign essentially a right to farm sort of requirement within the deed records of that property. So they can't complain, if you're engaging in your regular agricultural project or practices and those impact their use. You have that right. That is, if that's not already on the deed records of the property that they're leasing, it will be. So that's one thing. But again, I'll go back to it. That's exactly why we're here, is we want to hear what those potential impacts could be on you, because that's what we're going to evaluate. That's what we're going to tell them to look at and provide in their application. And that's part of what we're going to evaluate when we're looking at that land use standard on what are the impacts to agriculture when we're doing that review.
You know, I wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to sit back and be neutral because quite honestly, I'm a very opinionated individual that could launch into who knows what at this moment. But truth of the matter is, I don't disagree with what you're doing. I'm worried about the consequences. Like I said, for me, I'm going to speak strictly for me and the people that aren't participating in the program. How are you going to take care of us when there is complications and problems? I mean, I know that that sounds a little harsh, but the truth is we make our living off the land. You don't. We understand how this works. You know, and I'll move on because I'm digressing. Wetlands. How are we dealing with wetlands? Because that area is full of wetlands out there. I mean, I mean, it's flooded half the year. Is there administrative rules that allow you to build on wetlands when the rest of us can't?
Well, I can answer that as well. There are requirements for wetlands. We have a standard related to wetlands. We work with the Department of State Lands to do wetland delineation. And if they're going to impact wetlands, they have to propose what that impact's going to be. And if there are, requirements for, compensatory mitigation, they'll have to deal with that. But that's, again, the big question or the big point is we're so early in the process. Like we, at least at the Oregon Department of Energy, don't know a lot of the answers to your questions. We think your questions are good. They're going to help us evaluate this. The applicant may have looked at it a lot more than we have at this point, but this is the kind of information that's helpful for us. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to impact in terms of wetlands, but that's a requirement that we have, and we're going to look at it.
You know what? One final comment, and I'll go back to the, 1,200 or 1,400 acres of weeds is what we're going to have because the sheep are going to be gone. You're going to be out there spraying like crazy or we're going to have fires. I mean, has anybody even thought of that?
So when it comes to the sheep, I've said it before, I'm not an expert. But the idea isn't that I would, buy a bunch of sheep and just have it grazed. My idea is to actually have a partnership with a local sheep grazer.
I understand that, but with no irrigation and no water, there's no feed for sheep after, I don't know, what, maybe the 1st of June, 15th of May? There's nothing.
So
We're left with stubble out there. I mean, young man, you can't explain this away. You're talking to a guy that's probably forgot more about farming than you'll ever know. I mean, I'm not trying to be arrogant here. I'm just saying this process is flawed because you've got administrative rules cramming things down people's throat in the neighborhood that does not want it. The part that got me up here, to be real honest with you, sir, is the comment was made about this meeting during harvest. I'm a farmer. I should be home combining wheat. I've got somebody else doing it. And so does a lot of the other farmers here. The problem here is I understand, for lack of better term, carpetbaggers coming into our neighborhood and taking control. You work for us. I mean, you should know this. It's our neighborhood. We're relying on you to make the best judgment. You're probably not an elected official, but some elected official probably hired you. Somebody should know our neighborhood. If this works out best for the community, I'm the first one to say, okay, whatever it takes. If it doesn't, somebody needs to stand up and say it doesn't. And I'm just not convinced who that is yet. Yeah. I'm done.
Okay, next is Ryan Glaser and then Bob Bronson.
Hello, my name is Ryan Glasser. A little bit echoing on what he was bringing up. Those are definitely concerns about the sheep grazing, and I guess to put a little more emphasis on it, it's not so much that the sheep will not eat. It's everything on the weeds still grow during the rest of the year, and the sheep not have new weeds. My main question actually was the bonding. After the life cycle.
I'll go back to the beginning explanation if that doesn't answer your question, you can let me know. So our application, they're gonna have to submit in detail what it's gonna take to fully decommission the project.
Okay.
So they're gonna break it down into what equipment they're gonna have to hire, pulling out the piles that they're talking about, decompacting the soil if they need to restore topsoil, removing roads, removing any gravel, facility, all that is all detailed in what they submit to us. We evaluate that. In addition to, so basically what we call those as unit costs. In addition to those unit costs, they put dollar amounts to that. So we evaluate that based on to say that, based on today's dollars or not. And if we agree with that, then we also things are important. And on a basis, we will for inflation. We're going to terminate. We're done. And they would then submit a full commissioning plan. Energy Siting Council would really be, how do we take this thing off the landscape? So if they do that, we will hold that bond until that facility is entirely restored, consistent with that plan. If they don't, if they go bankrupt or something bad happens, we have that money in place, and it could be in the form of a surety bond or a letter of credit.
That's what I was curious. So yeah, what form will it be held in?
So,
and is it a self-funded one? Is it
So-
a third-party one?
We have on an annual basis, the council, Energy Facility Siting Council, evaluates the financial institutions that are credit worthy enough to be able to supply these bonds or letters of credit to these facility owners. So we do that research on an annual basis. So there's been some volatility in the banking market recently, and we had a request just 2 council meetings ago to add 2 institutions. We did the evaluation and we recommended that the council add 1 institution, but not the other, because we didn't feel that they had the near-term financial viability that was consistent with what we were interested in. So we look at that to make sure that the financial institution, it's not self-bonded, it's a financial institution that we evaluate annually to make sure that they actually legitimately will pay out the bond or letter of credit.
And so I guess, yeah, that was the extent of I guess. I wanted to make sure that the security set aside was not backed by the corporation installing the panels. As an example, say, we're going to give you 8% of the business stock as security.
Correct. That's not acceptable for us.
Okay. And so it has to be backed by a out of network security of some kind.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Bob Bronson.
On this body here that bring a little background. I wasn't going to say anything because I might be one of the people on this. I'm currently serving on as chairman of the Planning Commission. I've been chairman for probably 4 years. I serve at the pleasure of the people, county actually commissioners. I also serve on the Harrisburg Rural Fire and Rescue District. And one thing that caught my attention when your agencies responded, as of our board meeting Thursday night of this week, the only reason we knew about this is because I've been collecting notes on it. Nobody's talking to her that I would certainly know about the chairman. And
Sorry,
so,
can you lean into the mic a little bit?
yeah, okay. Is that better? Okay. There's that because we have to be prepared for it, and for what type of materials on hand and emergency response, coordinating with that. And so I'm certain and the purpose of the whole hearing is addressing subjects like that. To notify them. I sat in your position. I've run a lot of hearings over the years, and being able to a lot of times people say, well, this is the final thing. No, it's bringing the information. It's very important to listen to what these people here say and their concerns because they live in there. I live in Harrisburg. I've been there since 1970. My family's been there since 1916, and we came out longer than that. So I'm deeply ingrained. The people in this room, I don't know how many of them I spent 20 years as a grass seed farmer running sheep, so I'm quite familiar with a lot of subject matters. And I had to take another 28 years in the insurance business to recover from my farming experience. And a lot of you can understand that. And so I feel very comfortable with the people here because a lot of folks here have been clients of mine. I know them quite, their families and what they're concerned about is dealing with things. We had a 10-acre parcel, and I think you're familiar with one. It was last fall, I think it was, a solar panel. Did you look up how that one went through the county? Well, you should. It's out by Highway 20 on it. And that was limited because of the condition. Now, some of the things we put in there as conditions of it, that you had to be dealing with drainage, your runoff and stormwater runoff, the effect on it, facing the panel, impact and stuff from other neighbors. And there's no mentioned up here, but thanks farming, about sheep, you're got mowing in the thing. I mean, you use a sheep operation you set for it, but you're still gonna have to mow and control weeds, particularly noxious weeds, because can't get this broken, grow wild all over there. Everyone here will agree with me on that. So those things, when you're putting your plan together and say, for example, using livestock for vegetation control, or you may use something else, but you can't, at this stage in the game, you can't sit down, we're going to do X, Y, Z. You know, the Energy Siting Council has a real difficult job. My youngest son is in the power game. He builds power lines, transmission lines. And the ugly truth is people are saying that, and he works with the big stuff, the 300 to 500 kW stuff. And when he told me about 4 years ago, he said, Dad, we're going to make a lot of people unhappy. And so what's going to do? And we're going to dump the grid in parts of California. I said, how much notice? They're going to get 30 minutes notice. They insist that no more fires be started by Santa Ana winds. And I called him up a couple of days ago. How's it going? He says, well, I'm sitting in a hotel room eating a can of cold chili. It affected me because his trailer was another area. Because we have the growth and stuff here, and that's part of the thing is planning and siting and looking at is what we're dealing with people's property, but also we're dealing with something that we can't argue away. That's the laws of physics. You can only shove so much energy through a wire so far when people talk about where it's at. We have people in this Northwest that want to pull dams out and they don't have an alternative. And you know, and you as all individual citizens let to know the craziness that is, because I don't want to be here, or my children growing up, grandchildren now, that in an area that we do not have sustainable power in one of the best hydroelectric areas there is. You know, these are things that we have advantages here. And, you know, the Energy Siting Council, I realize you have a difficult job. But my son is the one who works these lines. I said, well, how long does it take you to get a new line? They figured bring a new transmission line in is a minimum 10 years. As I'm pretty close to the process. He just rebuilt one into Seattle. They took it up, the power up, they put it in and took it to 140,000 to 240,000 because the neighbor and the population, nobody would expand that. I can see why you want that power line out there because you got a substation there on Priceboro Road. You got a line that carries it up. You already, PP&L already owns access. It's distribution things. So it's a balancing of quality of life, people's need for electricity, responsible for the farm use, and being able to get along with each other. And I can't encourage you to hold more meetings like this. I would like to have something in the Harrisburg area next time, a little easier. We have areas that are large enough for schools to get people there. But this is very important. I know some people doubt it, but we listen to people. And when I run a hearing, I make certain everybody has an opportunity to speak. I will tell you, if you get off the subject and go into off into the weeds, I'm going to call you. If I have to call you twice, I'm going to ask you to sit down. But I feel that it's been very Todd, you've done a very good job of bringing it out and reaching out to people because it's our communities, it's our lives around here, and we're looking for ourselves, our children, and grandchildren, and how we put this together. So I want people, you know, the resources. I first saw this was a little bit about the county commissioners. I've been online looking it up, and that's why I've kept up. But like a lot of things, you got to do research yourself, and particularly since we've started coming up with solar farms in the area. So I just give me a call and give you my business card. You can always contact me down in Harrisburg, and try to just respect each other and the neighbors, because we do have to have the electricity. In some way, we got to generate it. I questioned about the daylight, but now your efficiency and some of the things that new solar cells, and I'm glad to hear it's a U.S. manufacturer that's building the panels, because unfortunately, some of the people making the decisions have no understanding of the manufacturing process and how long it takes. Like my son, these big transformers, you're looking 2 years out today to get one. One goes out and you can't get it. And we're running on the knife's edge. You've probably heard this plenty of times, Todd, on our electrical grid system in this state. And I don't want to be the point to get up, power says, well, you only have power for 4 hours a day. And I want to avoid that. We can do that by planning and putting things together, but you have to have the people involved and have the desire and the political leadership to recognize that too. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to comment. I'm sorry that you didn't get notified from the city of Harrisburg. We
City of Harrisburg is a Harrisburg Fire District.
I see.
Yes, I am elected public official.
I see. Yeah. Well, apologies for not reaching out to you. I would love to continue conversations after this. If you don't mind giving me a business card after this. Yeah, thank you. But one thing to comment about fire, like it is definitely a huge concern. And in other parts of the United States, when we have these projects, it's actually some fire departments actually see this as a positive, just because we have stringent requirements within the fenced area, you know, having like a perimeter, the panel set back from the fence by X amount, not having any vegetation, etc. A lot of places actually see these projects as fire breaks. So if a solar project were to somehow actually catch on fire, it would actually be self-contained, because there are things like noxious weed abatement that we do have to abide by. And that's actually another comment that I really appreciate hearing from the public here, because that's something, again, that I don't really know about. So if sheep grazing is not something that can be done throughout the entire year, and there has to be a combination of sheep grazing and also mowing, that is something that I'm hoping that would be hammered out when we actually find a sheep grazer and we actually sign a contract for them for operation and maintenance of it. I would have to be relying on people who are subject matter experts to tell me what's actually needed. And those are little tidbits of information that are very valuable to me.
Just want to add that on the record. Yeah, that's critical, because in your comment, your conditions, when you come back to these people in a future meeting, said, okay, this is a plan. We're going to have somebody that brings together, he's working that. We have a mowing crew in here, because fall and winter, when we have the grass growing, there is pasture out there. But this time of year, it's nothing but stubble, and that becomes a fire hazard, and you got to control the thing with the mowing.
Thank you.
So like I've been doing kind of all night, I'm going to tie things back to our standards if I can. And one of the questions or points that got made, I think ties back to one of our standards. So one of our standards is the public services, and we're required to evaluate all the potential impacts to public services 10 miles out from the facility. You go back to that kind of bullseye. Public services is 10 miles out. So we look at the impacts to fire, water, sewer, police, hospitals, schools, housing, 10 miles out from the facility location. So if we miss anybody, like, you know, your rural fire protection district, we definitely are making note of that. So we'll ensure that we give you notice next time. Colton Neuschwander. And then I think, again, apologies, Joanna Witzig. Next. Okay.
A
Couple more.
Talk. She was wanting to talk. One of the main things that you're always bringing up is standards, and this is going to sound ornery, but it is. I'd be interested to know who writ the standards. Was it regular everyday folks that are affected by the stuff, or was it highly educated college folks that ain't really affected by all the standards? That, like I said, sounded ornery. I don't expect an answer.
I can respond to it if you want.
And another thing that I wanted to say is, at least from my perspective, we know that you guys ain't the root cause of what's going on. So if I get a little irate, I ain't mad at you folks, but you're the faces of your corporation or the state. And so coming from us, you guys are kind of the enemy at this point. So, people getting up here getting mad. I hope people ain't mad at you personally. It's more what you guys represent. And I just want you guys to understand that. The other thing I was curious about is, where is power stored? Is there a way to store it? It's my understanding most of this power just goes to the grid. And when the grid, it just kind of uses it where it needs it. I've worked in maintenance in power plants, one of them being the PKA down in Klamath. I was talking to the guy that runs it down there, and the way he described was when, like, the dams are like a giant battery. They can provide power any old time. And so the dams just kind of go on standby when the wind picks up, because Oregon's all about, green stuff. Well, what's greener than wind? What's greener than sun? So the dams just sit there when the wind picks up. Well, when the wind dies down, then they'll let water come in. But when they need to flood the grid with more, then a place like Klamath Energy, which just runs on natural gas, fires up and picks up where stuff is a little lacking. But how does that play in with sunshine? I mean, you guys gonna kill the wind out that's already there? I mean, why do we need solar panels if we've got the wind, if we've got places like Klamath Energy, if we've got the dams? Oh, well, you're taking the dams out, so we ain't got them no more. It's just, it doesn't make sense to me if we've already got stuff in place. I understand you got more power needs, but it seems foolish to take stuff out, especially something like a giant battery that will provide power when you need it. But we got to save the fish, so whatever. Oh, I already did that one. And then back, I think the soil guy left, but he brought up some real good points about, the class 1 soil and how it's some of the best ground. Okay. Let somebody do with what they want to do with their ground. That's fine. It does affect a lot of folks. Where was the vote? If something this big, it ain't just like they're going to put up a barn or put up a big eyesore in that sense. I mean, this affects a lot of folks, so ought have been a vote at the very least as to, who's in support of this and who ain't. Not so much, oh, by the way, they're having a hearing. There's lots of ways to get a hold of folks, not just talking to the city or talking to the council this or talking to that. I mean, shoot, we get handouts from all the sorts of different churches. Our mailbox is full of stuff. It's real easy to put postcards in people's mailbox, saying, hey, we got this we're thinking about doing. We got this council meeting coming up. People still read their mail, and a lot of folks don't read their email. My email is chock full of hundreds of junk. Email don't cut it. Folks need, hard copies they can post on their fridge. And okay, I got off topic, but the class 1 soil stuff. You ain't telling me, okay, so you ain't doing concrete, you're doing piles. The piles I've been around, I've watched 6-inch galvanized pipe be driven 80, 90, 100 feet in the ground to try and reach compactness enough that it can build on. And that's just to hold what concrete. So, okay, you take all the concrete out, you're still driving a pile probably 20, 40 feet in the ground, and you ain't going to use wood no more. So it's gonna be a galvanized or something similar pipe. That's gonna affect groundwater. That ain't gonna, you ain't gonna just rip that out of the ground and have your class 1 soil again. 40 years, 60 years, 30 years, I don't care how many years. The soil ain't never gonna be what it was, regardless of how many standards they meet trying to get to, trying to match what the state requirements are. It just ain't gonna happen. I mean, going right back to, you take a tree out, how long are you gonna battle them roots when you wanna, I mean, you plow across it, roots come up. So, I mean, you can rip all the pile out you want, but it's gonna affect that soil. It ain't never gonna be the same. And so that bond that you're talking about is a third party deal. Okay, great. But that's a state controlled deal. How much of that bond money is gonna come back to the landowner that can't use his ground now because it's, like they was saying, nuked? It's toast. He ain't gonna grow nothing out there, worth nothing. So how much of that bond is going to him? I don't know. These are all questions I don't know we'll ever have the answers to fully, but stuff that people talked about that I thought might be worth talking about.
To address some of that, this project does have proposed battery storage. So the project itself, you know, it would generate electricity that would be stored into the batteries. And so let's just say it's like nighttime, right? When there's not a lot of production, if not zero. The batteries can be discharged to allow energy back into the grid to continue producing or injecting into the grid. As for the mix of electricity, that's something that's handled by the utility, and that's not necessarily something that we have control of. So I apologize for not having any information about that.
Earl Edwards? Okay. Heidi.
I just scratched a few facts here real quick, looking at Onyx to check out the land base, and I've heard a lot of talk about community and several families and some new people to the area and several people that have been here multiple generations and their values and community aesthetics and whatnot. And so for the local folks here that aren't aware, like I said, this is just a quick little research I did, but what I found out is the proposed acreage for the project area is 1,588 acres. And out of that, there are 761.89 acres that have a tax address out of Nampa, Idaho. And then another 76 acres that have a tax address out of Redmond, Oregon, which is a total of 837.89 acres owned by landowners that appear to not be locally present in this community, which totals 47% of the proposed project area. That's all.
Thank you. I don't have any more cards, no more cards. I know there may be some people. If anybody else who's in the audience wants to comment, please raise your hand and I'll call on you one by one. Okay, I know you, and then you, and then we'll go to that side of the room after that. So second, yeah.
My name is Scott Arian, and I'm a landowner just north of this project. And you're here, you're supposed to represent and protect the people of Oregon. Is that correct? In a way.
In a way. So our process is think about it as the environmental review process, or much like a county land use review.
Okay.
So we conduct the review. We have standards. We're here to make the process work for everybody, for the public, the applicant, the state agencies, local governments, tribal governments. Our
You're-
process is to run a good process that ultimately holds the applicant accountable to meeting the standards if they can prove that they meet the standards.
Okay, you trying to get in front of future problems?
Yes.
Okay, there's been a little bit of talk about the street torn lark. It's down to like, they're arguing how many birds exactly, 900 to 1,200 birds. And there's 8 areas left of critical habitat. And this area where their project is, and then up around Diamond Hill Road, is one of the 8 critical areas. You guys mess around with this bird. And you folks out here are well.
So can I get you to, again, talk to
Okay,
the
so
microphone?
You folks out here are well aware of the spotted owl and what it did to that industry. Well, you are about to have the gates of hell fall on your shoulder if this bird is listed. And you are about that close. People talk about a lot of things, but once this thing's listed as endangered, I'll tell you what happens. They walk out with a map. They put a big circle around when they find larks.
Again, can I get you to speak in the
The only
mic?
thing you get to do in that circle, folks, is pay the taxes. That's it. You don't do anything else. So all you folks need to think really hard. And you folks need to think really hard, because this is not up on Humbug Hill. And I am going to quote a politician who told me one time when we were fighting this. He said, "You loggers don't have enough votes." When this bird in this valley gets listed, it's going to affect everybody from Roseburg to Portland and beyond. And you folks are going to have your hands so full. You cannot imagine what's going to happen. So you ought to think about this. And all you folks out there need to think about this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my name is Dave Rogers. I moved to Oregon in mid-70s, about the time LCDC was being formed. Moved from California, Northern California, as they were building homes, tract homes, factories, industrial areas, and taking up farmland with these. And when I moved to Oregon, and I'm a solid conservative, but when I moved, and when I first came to Oregon, the idea of LCDC and taking people's rights away from them and not letting them do what they wanted with their land really offended me for a little while. And then it became really clear that if we didn't have something like LCDC, we would end up just like California, with every town attaching to every town, and tract homes and farmland gone and orchards gone. My passion is wildlife, waterfowl, and conservation. This area that you're planning to cover with solar panels is one of the best natural wetlands, seasonal wetlands that there is. And you're gonna destroy 2.5 miles of these seasonal wetlands, actually more like 4 miles stretched out, but 2.5 square miles of this excellent habitat with nothing to replace it. I've built wetlands all the way from down around Eugene, all the way to north of Brownsville. We've got a flyway of waterfowl that use this in the wintertime, thousands and thousands and thousands of waterfowl. And what this will do, if this goes through, is to interrupt a section probably at close to 4 miles long where the seasonal wetlands will be gone. Just think it's really wrong, and I think this isn't well thought out. The idea of the solar complexes, you can't call them parks and you can't call them farms. The idea that solar complexes can go onto LCDC land that's exclusive farm use is just beyond me. I've heard all your answers. Pardon me, they're all really reasonable, but Ask anybody in this room. You know, let's a show of hands of people who really want this project to go. That's how many. I don't have to say another word. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get the show of hands again? I know you were next and then you'll be after that. Sorry. And then you'll be after that. And then I see you in the back.
Hi, my name is David Cairo. I live in Brownsville, Oregon. One question for you. You talked about batteries. What type of batteries?
The batteries themselves have not been determined, but most likely lithium ion.
Lithium ion. Do you have an idea of the physical size?
It varies from manufacturer to manufacturer, but those haven't been picked yet for this project.
Would you guess it's the size of this table or the size of like a shipping container?
Typically, they're more around the size of a shipping container.
Do you think it would just be one shipping container or?
It depends on the size of that particular battery, so it could vary.
Do you guys have a fire protocol for if there is a fire with the lithium batteries?
We would be required to have one, but even the battery manufacturers, typically these systems are self-contained within that storage container looking thing with its own cooling and fire suppression systems.
We talked about the whose land it is that you're you're leasing this from the landowners. Someone else brought up the fact that a lot of this land is from outside. It's in Idaho, which the parent company is actually in Connecticut, which then it ends there. I looked it up on the Linn County Assessors, and it was sold in 2008 to those companies. So kind of interesting, just a fact for everybody to know. The thing that's really weird about this is that, excuse me, sorry. The thing that's really weird about this is that your company's from California, or you're based out of California. The land that you're going to put this on is owned by a company that's registered in Idaho, whose parent company is in Connecticut. You're going to capture the solar light that's coming to the Willamette Valley, sell it to us because we need it. But the real reason why you're going to do it is because you're going to make money. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it. That money is then going to go to your American company. But then some of that money is going to go to your parent company because you wouldn't exist. Your parent company wouldn't own you if you guys didn't give them money. So the weird thing about this is it just seems like all the resources are outside of the state and all the money is leaving the state. So I guess my question, this would be for you guys, is what's the economic impact? Like, are we expected that prices are going to go down by, 10%, or like, what's the advantage to us? What's in it for us?
So to talk about benefits of the project, there's the immediate impact, which is the construction phase. That's anywhere from employing 100 to 300 personnel for about 18 months. That's directly for contracting and construction of the project. That's not including impact it's going to have on the local area, including, these people most likely going to be hired locally, but these people still need places to live. These people need places for food, et cetera, things like that. So during the construction phase of the project, again, for about 18 months, there's like direct impact to the local economy because there's a lot of resources needed for these people. And then after the project's built, yes, the construction jobs are gone, but that benefit kind of rolls into tax benefits. So right now, when we did our early analysis, this project is estimated to be giving Linn County about $1.6 million in additional tax revenue every year to be used in, whatever is needed to support Linn County. And that's very early projections. Again, that's not including any of the community benefits packages that we want to propose for the project. Been reaching out to different cities to see if there's any pet projects, been reaching out to different school districts to see if there's anything we can help with, reaching out to the local different groups of interest groups to see if there's anything we can help with. And then again, through all the different schools, whether it be from K through 12 or higher education, things like that. Been trying to reach out to everyone to see if we get a list of things that they would like to see. We're never going to say no, but I can't guarantee anything. But what I've been trying to do is just asking everyone, like, what would you like to see? How can we help? And I take note of that, and I'm trying to see if that can be fit into the project.
And then the last question is, do you think that there would be a significant impact to the price of consumers' power?
That's not in my control. That would be with the utility.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Hi, my name's Gary Olson. I just got a quick comment or question. It was mentioned earlier about, the question was the impact of the cloud cover and the ability to produce electricity. Excuse me. I'm moved here a few years back from a place called Las Vegas. There's a little more sunlight than here. If you've gone to Vegas in the last 10, 15 years, there's on the border at Primm, right inside California, there's a monstrosity solar plant there called Ivanpah. It's different than what you have because it's directing up to the peak there. One of those caught on fire. I don't know if they ever replaced it too. They used natural gas to generate electricity there as well, which people don't know about. But I mean, I haven't looked up or studied it recently since moving from there. It never met its potential. Never met its potential. They found out weird things. Planes fly overhead with contrails, reduces the efficiency on their plant. More clouds than they expected out in the desert in Nevada, but that reduced their efficiency. So you got all the sunlight that's there, and we have 6 months of, is there a sun still? And I just don't know how this efficiency works on there. Also, when they put that plant in, they destroy the desert tortoise habitat. Prior, when you go into California from Nevada on the 15, there was a sign there about natural area or something, how it was worded. That sign's disappeared. And they wiped out all the tortoises that were in there, would just strip in and put their plant. So I don't know how we protect what we have here. If you can just go through out there, using that as an example. That's it, just my comment.
Yeah, and so I certainly can't speak for any standards that Nevada may or may not have, but again, I'll go back to ours, where we have a fish and wildlife standard and a threatened and endangered species standard. So, that will be evaluated through our process. Again, I can't speak to what they do, but I definitely know what we do.
Hi, my name is Frank Frenzel. You talked earlier about staffing the place once it's built by 3 people. Is that correct? And where are they going to be part of that and part of other facilities, or is that going to be their main place?
You would need anywhere from 1 to 3 full-time staff to monitor the site. But the project, typically that'd be remote because everything's through a computer type. But on the operation and maintenance side, that depends on the contract that we sign with a sheep grazer and what's required for that. But those persons would be on site as needed.
Okay, because my concern is Mother Nature. If she starts destroying some of the panels, and you have the material that is an environmental problem going into the soil, or the wind coming up, picking one of those panels or half dozen of them up and sending them 2 miles down the road or into the freeway. How long is it going to take for somebody to get there and clean that up, if even they can?
So when it comes to construction of these projects, there are standards that need to be met for wind tolerances. So in case we look at historic wind data in this particular area to see what's the maximum gust or wind speed, and then we would have to design the site to that standard. There might be things in Linn County, there might be something on the state as well that we would have to abide by. And then when it comes to the project itself, there are warranties that would need to be, we have warranties and we have insurance on the project. So if anything were to happen, it would be most likely covered by warranty. And then they would have to get a tech out there. As for times wise, I don't have the top of my head.
Yeah, but warranty and insurance isn't going to take care of what it does to the environment or to the neighbors and that sort of thing. And again, how long is it, how long can that stuff sit in somebody else's yard or in somebody else's field until one of your people get out there to take care of it? And as long as it's sitting there, how long is it going to do damage to the soil and the area from the material that it's built by?
If the concern is potential leaching of chemicals and things like that, that's not a thing that happens with these panels. There are no chemicals to be leached into the ground to contaminate soil from the panels. As
I
for
don't believe that, but
if there was going to be any damage on any neighboring properties or anything like that, I think that would fall under something that would have to be communicated between the project, I guess like us, and the local county to take care of the residents in that point, and then to a point where we would have to make sure that those things get sorted correctly, in the sense that, I mean, yes, my parent company is elsewhere. My company is located in California, but there's no one in the local area. So there has to be some type of operation maintenance to make that happen. Whether it's that we have someone nearby or it's a plan that's set out with Lynn County or something of that sort.
well, that's what I'm asking. Are you going to have somebody nearby 24/7? Because you can't, you can do all the studies you want on nature and how much rain we have and clouds and wind and that sort of thing, but that's just, you can't judge Mother Nature. If she's going to come in here and start raising hell, you got to have something to back that up and protect everybody around.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm wondering. Are you going to have somebody around 24/7 to take care of anything like that? The batteries go bad, the fire suppression doesn't work,
Yeah. No, that's a great point. That's a very valid concern. I think it's a little bit too early for us in this process because we are at the beginning. Just to
Sure, but on other projects, how do you maintain that? Do you have crews there? Do you have maintenance people that are there 24/7, or do you just do it all remotely and hope for the best?
in other parts of the U.S. where we have projects, it's a collaboration with the fire department.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm back, but, a couple things. One question is, and don't answer yet, and I can sit down, but one question is, can you talk about the heat generation from a solar panel in the middle of summer? I thought this was important because this sitting of an energy facilities, this group of 7, I'm not going to give you their names. I'm just going to give you some info. One lives in Rainier, one in Eugene, one in Cave Falls, one in Salem, one in Bend, and one in Tualatin. Of that group, one of them is the current secretary of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Western Utilities Health and Welfare, also an assistant business manager of an IBEW. Another guy is a land use planning consultant. The other person is a culture and heritage department director. Another one is a owner of a real estate, among other different things, and an industrial commercial property manager. Another one is a board member. I thought was really interesting with Salem Electric. And the last one is a retired community development director. I find that kind of interesting. These are guys are people, along with your administrative rules, that make the decisions, and I find that difficult to swallow. Based on what I've seen here tonight, I hope you have Plan B.
Is there anybody else in the room who would like to speak before we go to the phones? Okay. Okay, yeah, real quick, but I want to give people on the phone, so,
Not that it's a big deal and it sounds pretty hippie, but what about the light pollution during nighttime? We already have enough with all the big towns. And I don't. Is there noise with these things moving around that's gonna get all? Well, yeah, so there's.
Okay, lots of questions there. I can answer a couple of them. So the noise question, there are noise producing elements. So obviously solar panels don't create noise, but the electrical lines, the inverters, the transformers, the batteries, because they have cooling units, all create noise. We have a noise standard where we evaluate those, not during construction. Construction's exempt, but those have to meet certain timeframes within the day in order to minimize impacts, you know, to adjacent uses. But in terms of the noise during operation, that absolutely will be evaluated. I forget the second question. Oh, light pollution. That's going to be also something we look at. We do not have any particular standard on that, but the county may, and I don't know if that's the case or not. So some counties do have shielding and hooding requirements so that they don't create night pollution. The solar panels obviously won't, but there could be, you know, security lights around there. So I'm not familiar yet with the Lynn County land use requirements. Obviously, the applicant has heard that question already. So if they propose, you know, shielding and hooding on their own, even if there is no standard, that would be something that they could do. Okay, I think we're going to go to the phones now. I know. Okay, one more in.
My name is Arnie Camphor. I live directly across the road from this proposed project. And besides being completely objective to it, I was opposed to it. What kind of fence do you build around one of these areas?
The standard is 6 feet chain link with 1 foot barb, but that's also dictated by Lynn County and whatever they require us to use.
And so there would be a 6-foot chain link fence around the entire perimeter of this. Is that what you're saying?
For whatever is considered project within the fence area, it could be a 6 foot plus 1 is what we call it, or it could be a 7 foot chain link fence. And then if the locale requires us to do some type of vegetation buffer or screening, then that's something we would do.
How large a buffer area would you have around there for fire prevention?
Typically, we design these projects with a 20-foot buffer from the panel to the fence.
Is that disked up annually, or how do you prepare that to avoid fire in that buffer zone?
That would be with operation and maintenance to maintain the inside of the site to make sure it's clean.
Okay, but how do they do that?
For this particular project, that's to be determined just because we are proposing sheep grazing. So that would have to be part of that agreement. And if there's anything else needed that can't be controlled by vegetation clearing from that, then that's something that would have to be worked out. So it's a little bit too early to say.
So this has been mentioned earlier, but the enormous amount of elk in that area that migrate through there on a very on a basis, a regular basis, maybe monthly or so, and this fence is going to deter those animals from going around that project. Is that the intent of it, is to keep things fenced out of there also?
A little bit to the fence. So part of the fence is a requirement for National Electric, you know, structural standards because it's an energy facility. There are other needs for it to, yes, keep, you know, large game out of the internal of the project area. At this point, it's not, it's more about the security. It's less about, you know, big game. And those are things that also there's ongoing discussions with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife that we'll be engaged in throughout this permitting process to determine, you know, like fence design and those kind of things. So it's too soon to say, but the project will likely need to have a fence for security reasons. And then it's a means of trying to accommodate that the best possible way to make it, you know, wildlife friendly, not just for big game, but for other critters as well.
Okay, well, I'm real familiar with that area. I've lived there basically my whole life. Those elk are going to migrate around the north end of that area, and they're going to head south. And that's going to funnel them right into the freeway. And there's nothing to prevent that from happening. And you know what's going to happen if a herd of elk get going across that freeway. So
good.
This is just a terribly proposed idea to begin with.
Thank you. Definitely taking your comment into account. Those are things we'll be looking at when we're evaluating the application.
Is Nancy, where's Nancy? Okay, good. Going to the phone lines, and again, my apologies when I likely mispronounce your name. James Buchel. James.
Hi, good evening. I'm a lawyer who's representing a local group that's forming in opposition to the project. I'm sorry I couldn't be there tonight, but I have COVID and I didn't want to infect everybody, and I'm still fighting it. The first question I have was on the threshold issue of jurisdictions, which seems to turn on this high-value farmland characterization. And if I go over to the Clackamas County GIS thing and just right-click on some of these parcels, I'm not seeing that a majority of the acreage is Class 1 or Class 2. So has FSEC or somebody done an analysis for jurisdictional purposes to figure out, why, if at all, this is to be regarded as high-value farmland?
I'm going to go to the applicant to answer that, but I would say generally in the Willamette Valley, most of the soils are classified as high-value farmland. We have not yet done that evaluation ourselves, but I'm sure the applicant has, so I will let you answer the question.
Yeah, on behalf of the applicant, again, this is Paul Hicks. So with Tetra Tech, we did evaluate the soils, and within the farm, using what is kind of best practice for soils is the NRCS soils database. There is mapping throughout the project area in Lynn County. And so that data is available online. Class 1 and 2 soils are present within the area. Based on our estimate, it's close to about 300 acres of those soils. And there will also be an independent soil assessment of the project area being completed. In addition, there's also NRCS soils that are Class 3 and Class 4 soils, which depending on the type of soils are also within the Willamette Valley, can be considered high value. And so we're looking at those as well. So we are taking all that information into account, but that data is based on NRCS data. And that's what, at this point, we've used to determine that indeed we anticipate this is a, under FSEC's jurisdiction as a project, because it well exceeds the 160 acre standard.
Okay, I guess what I would say is if you say that 300 out of the 1,500 or 1,100 acres or whatever it is Class 1 and 2, the statute seems to require that the tracts be predominantly high values, those classes of soils. So I don't think you're meeting the standard. And if that's true, then you're kicked off into a different jurisdictional path that I think puts you back in the county. But we'll get to that in our written comments. And so the next question then is,
for the caller, I do understand the tract scenario, and that is taken into account. And a full and robust analysis of soils will be presented in the land use component under what in the FSEC terms is called Exhibit K. But it will both evaluate the soils at the tract level and in addition to those within the site boundary.
okay, I don't know whether the Lynn County GIS system is working or not, but if I right click on the parcels, I can get a parcel by parcel determination of how many acres is each type of soil off of the GIS system, and you can add them up pretty quick and see what's going on. And because it's a jurisdictional significance, it seems it ought to be done somewhat sooner in the process. So that we'll get to that. Now, if in fact it's not predominantly Class 1 and Class 2, and if the Class 3 and Class 4s aren't the types that happen to be mentioned in the statute, which I think you're going to also find out is the case, then the next question is, how much of the property is actually going to be used by the facilities? And we heard a number earlier tonight of about 1,100 acres. Is that essentially going to be the footprint within the 1,588 acre facility boundary?
This is Brian Tran, the applicant. From our desktop analysis, that seems like it would be the 1,100 acres, but the actual footprint of the project is to be determined at this time, just because we need to finish up all of our environmental studies. We'll basically use all that data, and then we basically form something called a constraints map, and then we use that to lay out the actual footprint of the project.
When will more of this detail be available? Because again, these questions of the size and the soils are jurisdictional, and in some sense, we shouldn't even be here if it's not the high value farmland or if it's not the right size. And so when will we know about the footprint more precisely?
The footprint will be provided in the application for site certificate. And I think maybe we can talk also with Odo staff and see what other information we can make available.
Will the application also provide details on the particular solar cell technology to be used?
It will be, so the application will provide a robust description of the project that details everything from the panels that are included, that are evaluated at the time of permitting. It's typical, and when I've worked with other projects, they might request flexibility if there's other types of designs that might be more efficient or effective that come available later in market. But we will have a specific set of standards and typical sheets that are reflected in the application that we describe for both the panels, tracking systems, the types of posts, everything down to the ground collector wires, potential access to the site. There's a great deal of detail that will be provided for anything that has a permanent or temporary impact during construction or development of the project will be addressed and recorded in the application for site certificate and available for review for all to take into account in this process.
I was going down that road because somebody mentioned a few minutes ago that there wouldn't be any chemicals to leach off of these solar cells. And there's been a number of studies in the Journal of Waste Management and elsewhere that says that rainwater will leach things like lead and chromium off of these solar cells. And so there's nothing particularly different about your Q cell technology than other polycrystalline cells, is there? It has the same chemicals in it as the other ones.
Q cells panels, and again, I'm not part of our manufacturing for the module side of it, but I mean, this is something, again, I could go ahead and go back to my team to see what is the components and minerals used to form our panels, and that's something that we could post on our website to have it public.
Okay. And in terms of specifying things, do you think you will pick the battery technology by then and the size of the battery plant by the time you get the application done?
A little bit hard to say. If I understand the FSEC process correctly, there should be a micrositing part of this. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but the battery itself, especially nowadays, it's very volatile to choose one in the sense that, the technology is always changing very rapidly. So if we're looking at a project that's hoping to start construction in the latter half of 2025 and come online at the end of 2026, to lock in the specific type of panel and technology in 2023 is pretty far out. So we would like to request some flexibility when it comes to the specific modules and specific battery type until we're a little bit closer to construction and when we can actually secure all the equipment needed.
So you wouldn't actually be locking yourself into using the panels from the Georgia plant?
And that's pretty much our biggest advantage. So we would most likely be going with Q cells technology when it comes to panels.
Yeah, and this is Todd Cornett from the Oregon Department of Energy. I'll respond to that a little bit. So typically, because the timeframes are, somewhat far out in terms of the application submittal to the point in time where projects get approved and ultimately constructed, we do not lock specific technologies in. So our process is meant to look at the proposal, what are the impacts of that? But if the panel is the same size, the dimensions, we've looked at all the same information, we don't lock it into a specific. Same thing with the battery storage. Now, if ultimately something gets approved and the applicant comes in, or at that point, you know, they're the certificate holder come in and want to do something very different, and we haven't done a proper evaluation, that would require an amendment. But that's typical with wind facilities and solar facilities. Because there is so much change in technology, we do not lock into a very specific, in this case, battery storage or solar type of panel.
What we see in the industry, as I understand it, is that things are so back ordered that you sort of have to order the stuff 2 years in advance. So you're almost required by the market to pick your technology, you know, on the same time scale as you're making the application. So you'll actually have to have the stuff when you want to start building. So that wouldn't provide a basis for, you know, allowing technology changes at the last minute. But let me move on, try and cover some other things that maybe haven't been covered before. Another aspect of the notice that's sort of vague is the business about whether their solar cells are going to be fixed or whether they're going to be on some axis that rotates and be associated with a whole lot of machinery and gears and gearboxes moving them around. Will the FSEC at least require them to figure that out before the, you know, in the application process?
Yeah, so for ours, you know, the other solar projects have either come in and said that they're going to be fixed, or typically what happens is the applicants submit something bigger than they actually could produce, just to make sure that they give them flexibility. So again, I'll let the applicant kind of respond to that. But, you know, if they have some option where it could be fixed or it could be on an axis and rotating, they would likely submit the kind of rotational version, because that's more significant. And then later on, if it makes sense for them to do the lesser, build the lesser kind of components, they would do that rather than vice versa, submitting something lesser and then having to go through an amendment process with us. So I'm just anticipating that, but I'll let the applicant kind of respond. That's what we've seen in prior applications.
And this is Paul Hicks again with Tetra Tech. One of the things that would be included in the analysis is it's, you know, at this state proposed to provide some flexibility as those choices need to get made. So what we'll look at is, like, let's take example, an analysis of like glare for, you know, potential glare for a facility. We would look at that differently in the modeling for like a fixed tilt as opposed to one that's rotating on single axis. So the analysis would be able to contemplate and take into account both. If those options need to be maintained open, or if, you know, the applicant chooses that they want to go with just one or the other, that's what would be reflected in the actual application when that's prepared.
Have you
This
guys,
is Brent Tran, applicant. To add to that, at Qcells, when we're designing projects, our standard is to go with bifacial modules with single axis trackers. The reason why we wrote in the NOI whether, like, you know, to accommodate for whether it's fixed tilt or single axis tracker, it's again for flexibility. We're not typically, that'd be for areas that have challenging topography, or there might be some other site constraints that make us might need to actually have some sections, or if not, the whole entire thing fixed tilt. But our standard is to go with bifacial modules and a single axis tracker, because it's our most efficient setup.
thank you. That's helpful. There was some suggestions in the notice that there wasn't really any water use at all. How do you keep them clean without water?
The panels don't need to be cooled.
It's not about cooling, it's about cleaning. You know, if it's a flyover, the birds do what they do on them, the dust from the sheep, you'll have a material reduction in output if you don't clean them for 20 years, right?
Sorry, I misheard. So for cleaning, it kind of depends. We would most likely contract with an operation maintenance for someone for panel washing that's more familiar with Oregon State in this area. And then that would dictate how often the panels need to be washed. Just with the precipitation in this area, we expect it to not be that often. But I can't say for certain for this project. But just to put that for context for other parts that in the US that we've developed projects, module washing could happen once a quarter. It could happen just once a year. It kind of depends on the conditions.
Okay. Have there been any, or what percentage of the land is going to become impermeable, so to speak, in terms of runoff patterns? If you build these large impermeable surfaces, you'll get this sort of flashier runoff that's spikier and has a different character than just rain falling on grass. Is there work done to examine the effects of that on things like erosion?
And this is Paul Hicks with Tetra Tech. Stormwater management, erosion control. I don't, we don't have the details right now, but those are things that will definitely be addressed in the application for site certificate with some rigor. That is something will definitely be expected to take into account. What areas are impervious versus what are not, and how will stormwater runoff be treated on site.
And I guess this is a question for FSEC, is you're going to do this sort of preliminary order, which is going to govern the application in some sense. Is it appropriate will you be putting in conditions in your order that make sure that a lot of the things we've been talking about tonight are going to be covered in an adequate way?
Getting back to the project order, again, that's essentially the laundry list of what the applicant has to submit in their application. So it's not really conditions, it's a requirement. So, again, based upon comments that we receive from, the public tonight, from, the Lynn County, from state agencies, tribal governments, we will then use that information to determine, what particularly for this project in this location, they have to submit as part of their application. So it's not really a condition, but it is a requirement in terms of what we ultimately conclude that they have to provide on the record.
And I understand the public comment period is closing on August 11th. When do you anticipate the project order coming out?
Project order, we have 140 days to get the project order out. So I think that's early October, something like October 6th would be the latest date.
Do you share drafts of the project order with the applicant or with the public?
No.
Okay. So basically, come August 11th, you'll go into a black hole and not talk to them and not talk to us and emerge with the project order later. Or will there be ongoing consultations with other agencies and things?
Well, it's not how I would characterize it. That's exactly what we're doing here is we're seeking your input to help us evaluate what needs to be in the application. We'll definitely work with reviewing agencies, again, state agencies, local governments, tribal governments, to help determine what goes in there.
So I'm not hearing a clear answer. I understand the process now. I guess my question is, when August 11th happens and you're sitting down to do the project order, are there other stakeholders who are allowed to comment on the project order besides the public?
Nobody comments on the project order. So they comment on the notice of intent, which is what we're doing here. The project order establishes what the applicant has to submit in their application. And then once the application is complete, and then we issue the draft proposed order, essentially our findings on whether we, staff, believe they have met the requirements or not, then we'll open it up for another public comment period.
Let me try this one more time and then I'll have mercy on everyone and stop. Are you going to share drafts of the project order with other state agencies?
We seek their input and we want to make sure that we have the information correctly. So we seek their comments. And if we need clarification, we will, for lack of a better terminology, we don't share a draft with them, but we get their permit requirements and make sure that we have that correct. So I think it's essentially the same thing that you're asking, but it's maybe in a different context.
Okay, well, I've taken up enough time and it's getting late. So thank you very much. And we'll be presenting our written comments.
Thank you. Next is Bill Royal.
Okay.
Bill, are you there? Okay. Bill, your mic is open. It seems like you're typing, but if you want to provide an oral comment, you are certainly allowed to do that. So, Mr. Royal, if you have a
me now.
question.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I super apologize. I don't know why that was a problem, but okay, I'll make it quick. My name is Bill Royal. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Union Point Custom Feeds.
Sorry, can we raise his mic, or is that on his end?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we heard you really loud, and then you really faded away.
Okay, I'll just hold this right up. If you can hear
Yeah,
me,
now we
I'll
can
just continue.
Now we can hear you.
Okay. All right. My name is Bill Royal. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Union Point Custom Feeds. We're a family-owned animal feed mill located here in Brownsville. Our mill would be the mill most affected in this region. A significant majority of our commodity sourcing comes from the local area. It is a selling point for our products. Our mill is particularly sensitive to this issue. I'm telling you today that this will drive up our costs through the reduction of competition, and thus it inflicts a material harm on our business. This reduces the amount of EFU land in the state and country. The claim that the land isn't being taken out of production is insulting. If I borrow $20 from you and don't pay it back for 40 years, you don't have a balance of $20 during that duration. I will echo that EFU stands for exclusive farm use for a reason. Billionaires and multinationals are purchasing our farmlands at record rates, and this takes more farmland away. As the operator of a feed mill, I can tell you that reducing local fields will make our local commodities even harder to find. We need every acre possible. Additionally, the state should keep in mind that once you've set this precedent, it will be hard to argue against the next request, and it will be even harder to defend in court. Now, my prior career was in tech, so one quick note on the technical aspects. Environmentally, virtually all materials, including solar cells, slough off in the beginning and off gas as well. The claim by the applicant is flat out untrue. Nothing leaches from this tech. It's just wrong. Now, I have no doubt that the rain will make quick work of that, and the study range that's being claimed will be done will not track that data properly, as it will wrap before much of the rain has fallen. So how do they plan on mitigating that runoff from getting into the streams? They can't. And the 40-year lifespan that's being claimed is being done by the same industry that brought us Solyndra. So I'm sorry, but I don't buy it. One last thought. As I thought about this project, I wondered if I could buy farmland in South Korea. So I did a little research. In South Korea, land ownership is governed by the Act on the Acquisition of Real Estate by Foreigners. Under this law, foreigners are generally allowed to purchase non-farm land, such as residential and commercial properties. Foreigners are generally not allowed to purchase agricultural land unless they meet certain criteria, such as having permanent residency in South Korea or have been living in the country for an extended period. If South Korean companies want to do business, they should petition their government to change the policy, and some of us would be more open-minded. Don't act as though we're on anything resembling a level playing field, because we're not. And until then, I see no reason for any South Korean company to get any sort of exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royal. We definitely were able to hear you that time, so we got everything.
Sorry
on the
about
record.
that. Hopefully I didn't just blow out the room.
No, you were fine. I just was saying that we got everything on the record for that, so thank you.
Good deal. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hillary Foote.
All right, can you hear me? That is,
We got a little feedback, but try it again.
yeah. We are getting a little feedback here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We're not getting feedback from us, but try it again and see if it works. I can hear my echo.
All right, apologies for that. Is that working? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Hillary, I don't know if you can hear us, but we can hear you fine. Even though I've got a little bit of echo in the background. All right, well, we're waiting for Hillary. I will say. Check. Okay, that doesn't sound like it's getting feedback. Hillary Foote is the Farm and Forest specialist with the Department of Land Conservation and Development. So I think she's probably been on all night and she's heard all of the comments related to agriculture. Hopefully she can help wrap some of this up. Hillary, you're unmuted if you want to try again. Hillary, if you can hear us, you muted yourself. All right, while we're waiting for Hillary, does anybody else want to make a comment? Okay, we'll give it a few minutes. All right, try that again, Hillary. Oh, you just muted yourself. Okay, we unmute the line.
Perfect. Todd, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, thank you, Todd. And council members, this is Hillary Foote. Apologies for the confusion. So I am the Farm and Forest Land Use Specialist with DLCD, and the night is no longer young, so I'll be very, very brief with my comments this evening, and we'll follow up with written submissions. So the first thing I wanted to say was really to echo Jim Johnson from the Department of Agriculture's comments earlier this evening about just the history of farmland protection in the Willamette Valley, and also about the importance of the Farm Impacts Test in the review process, ORS 215-296. And join him in encouraging the applicant to really pay careful attention to the standards established by the courts on the degree of analysis required to adequately address the potential for significant impacts to surrounding farm operations. And then, secondly, I just will say something else about the soils mapping. So, as Todd has pointed out, earlier this evening, all solar projects that fall under the council's jurisdiction do not meet the acreage thresholds that are established in our agency rules. And therefore, all projects that are reviewed by the council necessarily require an exception to the state's agricultural lands preservation goal. For this particular project, I just wanted to, express some concern about the possibility that there also might be an exception required to the state's agricultural land preservation goal, not just because of the jurisdictional threshold, but because of other standards in our agency rules, particularly the standard that prohibits the siting of solar facilities on Class 1, Class 2, prime, or unique soils, particularly given the extent of prime soils that appear to be mapped in the project area at this very, early stage of the review process. So I just want to express that I'm also quite interested in seeing the project facilities laid out, over the soil mapping for NRCS capability classifications, as well as the farmland classifications relative to that particular standard. All right, and that's it. Thank you for the opportunity to get that in.
Thanks, Hillary. We got it. Okay. I don't see anybody else online, so
I did have a question. Are you guys getting any subsidies or special tax write-offs or privileges with this project that you'll be doing?
So when it comes to solar projects in general, this for the entirety of the United States, there's something called ITC. It's a tax credit. So just from a general standpoint, that is something that this project would have, just because all other solar projects and wind projects have it as well. And then, so the answer is yes, but that's just a standard thing that happens with all solar projects and wind projects.
Okay, because earlier you were saying, and it shows back on your signs too, that it'll be bringing in 1.6 million to Lynn County in property taxes. So when you break that down by the acreage that you say, it's about $1,400 per acre that it'll be bringing in, which is something. I mean, it's not like it's that much more or more even than agriculture would produce in a year. But when you take into account the subsidies and different things that you guys will get, will it actually be a greater good, or is it actually going to cost the taxpayers money in the end?
So we're not, that 1.6 doesn't anticipate, reduction or anything like that. Like when it comes to tax payments for the county, that's something we have not had a conversation about. So that 1.6 is just general projection of what we're looking at for increased like tax revenue for property tax. But I also like to reiterate, like we would also like to propose a community benefits package outside of just general taxes, and that's something that I am looking for feedback from the community to see if there's any pet projects or any special type of funds that like the county itself and the community would like to see, and see if that's something the project can support.
Okay, thank you.
okay, last call. All right. Thanks everybody for coming out tonight. Those of you particularly who stuck it out to the end. We we appreciate your time. We're definitely going to take your comments, as we evaluate the notice of intent. And if anybody wants to stick around and ask us or the applicant questions after this, we'll be here as long as you want to ask us questions. So thanks everybody.